Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the October 4th Board of Supervisors meeting. This meeting is called to order, and I would ask you to join me and rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry that I'm not there. I'm under the weather and trying not to get anyone else sick. So I'm sorry that I'm going to miss the swearing in of Supervisor Colin W. Coyle. But if we could proceed with that, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, that would be great.
And for those who are watching from home and other places, the Honorable Gary W. Gilman is here to administer the oath.
Colin, that's the.
Your mom's here?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. All right, so happy to be here in my home turf. So, and also hopefully I'll get home in time, maybe not everyone else, to watch the Phillies game. So I appreciate that. Okay. So Colin, would you repeat after me?
Sir.
I, Colin Coyle,
I, Colin Coyle,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this Commonwealth,
and the Constitution of this Commonwealth,
and that I will discharge the duties
and that I will discharge the duties
of Township Supervisor
of Township Supervisor
in Lower Makefield Township, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, with fidelity.
in Lower Makefield Township, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, with fidelity.
Congratulations to you. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Colin, if you want to get some photos.
Trust me, my mom will take enough photos.
Okay. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Coyle. All right, with that, let's
Priorities.
do a roll call. Mr. Supervisor Coyle, are you here?
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Here.
Mr. McCartney.
Present.
Mr. Grenier.
Here.
Excellent. All five of us being attendance. Dave, would one of you want to make an announcement about the cell tower?
Sure, I'd be happy to, Madam Chair. So we did receive correspondence or had communication with counsel for Cellco doing business as Verizon regarding their zoning hearing board application to construct a cell phone tower at 375 Stony Hill Road on the property owned by Congregation Bethel. They are intending to request further continuance of the matter before the zoning hearing board. So it is not expected that will be heard at the next meeting of the zoning hearing board.
Thank you very much. It doesn't mean
You're
anyone
welcome.
has to leave. We just wanted to get that late breaking news out there for everyone. And with that, we're up to agenda item number 4, community announcements. Just a reminder, this is the time when you can either call in or send in advance announcements of special activities that are taking place so that we can put them on our agenda. The LMT's Environmental Advisory Council is heading up its very popular styrofoam / wine corks and pill bottles recycling event. Oh, batteries too. There you go, Kevin. And that will be happening on October 28th. The EAC is also working on revitalizing our Bird Town program. If you're interested in being a part of that, please contact Jeannie Bray at jlyardley56@gmail.com.
And that's JJ Yardley. 56.
Oh, thank you, JJ. Kim Roth from Keller Williams Realty is hosting yet another shredding event. So thank you, Kim. Kim's also a member of our Parks and Rec Board, so thank you again. The shredding event will take place on Saturday, September 30th, which has happened already, so never the mind. I'm sure there's
Yeah, yeah.
coming.
No, I don't think.
Friday night is the Monster Mash. John, I wish I had asked you to say this one early in advance. At the community center, there will be a fun-filled Halloween type fest. Wear your costume. There'll be a pumpkin patch and quote unquote, be prepared to boogie. Lower Makefield is holding a blood drive. This is our 4th blood drive of the year. It will be November 3rd from 12 to 5. There in the very room that you're looking at right now. Please feel free to sign up. There's a link on our website. And lastly, but not least, it's time to make plans for our annual Veterans Parade and Ceremony, which will be held this year on November 4th. It's being coordinated by the Lower Makefield Veterans Committee. The parade will run along Edgewood Road from Whitehall Drive to Heacock Road, and then there'll be a ceremony at the Veterans Square. The parade starts promptly at 1. Are there any other announcements?
One additional announcement, Madam Chair. Lower Makefield Township and Yardley Borough will also be hosting an e-waste recycling event on Saturday, November the 11th during the hours of 9 a.m. to noon at in the parking lot at the pool at LMT at 1050 Edgewood Road, Yardley, PA. Additional information regarding that event can be found on the township's website.
Great. I'm glad we're doing that again.
Madam Chair, I think as we look at the agendas in front of us, we may have a slightly different agenda than you do.
Excellent.
That you're reading off of, because I believe you said you were reading off item number 4 on our agenda. It's item number 5, and there was slight wording differences in the announcement. So I want to make sure you have the right one handy.
It says October 4th on top, but thank you. If I got anything wrong, feel free to correct me.
No, I think you're good so far. I just wanted you to be aware that we'll give you a heads up if something else comes up.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm all confused. Any more community announcements? Any online?
One note, Madam Chair, the Slate Hill Cemetery event, which is coming up. It is a Saturday, not this Saturday, next Saturday, from 4 to 8. And remind everybody you'll want to be there. It's going to be exciting. There will be historic reenactments. I'm told the person playing William Yardley will be compelling. I don't know if they've won a Tony or not, but I think we'll find out when we see them in person on that date. I don't think they've won a Tony, but I just thought nice to add.
All right then. None online?
No announcements online.
Okay, then I think we're moving along to the approval of minutes. So can we
Madam
start?
Chair, I move that we approve the minutes for September 14th, 2023 and September 15th, 2023.
Second.
I'm going to start with a comment from myself. Thank you for that motion made by John and seconded by Dan. There are actually 2 sets of minutes for September 15th. One for the portion of the meeting that I was not present for, and then the one that I was present for. And I'm just not sure, Dave Truelove, how or if I can vote given that unique set of circumstances.
You don't have to be present to vote to approve the minutes. Presence isn't required.
Okay. Any other comments? Any public comment? Then with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Agenda item, consider approval for minutes of September 20th, 2023. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the minutes for September 20th, 2023.
Second.
I heard John, but I'm not sure who made the second.
Second.
Supervisor Grenier.
Comes out, I give it to Colin. No, sorry.
It wasn't me. I in fact do not have a copy of the minutes to September 20th, 2023, so I will abstain from voting.
Okay, well then I'm giving the motion to James, the second to James.
I know that was Dan.
Oh, you raised your hand. Stop messing with me.
No?
I raised my.
Oh, you
We,
raised
we
your
look
hand.
so much alike, James.
Oh, I might be.
I'm sorry.
All right, second to Dan. Any other comments? Any public comment? With that, I call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
All the abstaining? Any nays?
Abstain, sorry.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-0-1. Parks and Rec?
Monica's approaching the podium.
That's Dan's job. Thank you, Dave.
So I have this on or off. All right.
Yeah, good. Yep.
So today I'm here to talk about first the website launch. So I wanted to publicly announce that we did launch the new website. We spent a lot of time really working to make it very easy to find things on the website. We used a lot of resident feedback, so we keep track and notes of resident feedback of things that people are requesting or asking for or complaints. And we used that to really make sure that we had everything possible on the website and made it easy for residents to access information. The great thing, the most exciting thing about this website is the ability to get updates on what you want to know. So in the top right-hand corner of the LMT website page, it says sign up for account or log in here. You can sign up for an account. You can choose what type of news you get. And every single time we update that page you selected, you get an email. I mean, every single time. So you will be able to keep up to date on every single thing we post, as we post it, when we post it. When we update special events, you're going to get a whole email on the special events page and how it changes. When we update activities, programs, or anything on the site that you request that you want information on, you can. So it's just a new way for us to get you information. And we're very excited to, I signed up for every newsletter and I have been getting quite a few updates now. So, you know, just understand that you will get email from us and communication and constant communication. So that's very exciting. Does anybody have any questions about the website? Yes.
I was going to say, have we resolved the search feature so that you're able to search all the items of the website, including things like minutes? And others? We have had issues with the search function previously. Have we QA'd that so that we're able to find stuff that's related to minutes?
I wasn't aware that there was any issue with the search function.
That was pre.
Oh yeah, this resolves that. Yeah, the search function is much more user friendly on this. I was afraid that you were telling me something about this website. Yes, that's resolved. Any other questions? Okay, are you ready for me to move on then?
Yeah, Monica, if I could just, I just wanted to thank you for your work on the website and sort of leading that effort internally. So I did want to publicly express my thanks for that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Monica, this one is now being hosted by an outside source, right?
Yeah, Catapult Web.
Can you repeat?
Catapult Web.
Catapult Web? Okay.
Mhm.
And they host a lot of other township
Yes.
municipalities, et cetera, in their websites.
And you'll find that our websites are very similar
Yeah.
in nature to theirs. Yes.
Yeah, I think when they presented to us, or their work was presented to us probably by you and others way back when. It's one
Yeah.
of the things they showed us. So it's pretty consistent across other municipalities.
Yeah, and the great thing is because of that network, anytime they update the system for any other township, say Falls Township requests that they really need a certain function and that function could benefit us, we get that, we also get that access too. There were a couple of things we came across that would be good for Lower Makefield Township. He's working on those so that, it would benefit everybody else, Falls Township, Doylestown, everybody who has the same service.
Larger feedback loop, which is nice.
Right. Mhm. Okay, so I'm going to move on to Item B, which is to authorize the issuance of a request for proposal for Memorial Park Phase 3 design services. So you have in your packet, full design packet. We're just looking for right now the RFP to get prices for design and construction services for the grant project that we have at Memorial Park East.
Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we issue a request for proposal for Memorial Park Phase 3 design services.
Second.
I give up. Motion
That's me.
motion made by Supervisor Lewis, seconded by James. Is there any discussion from the board?
I just wanted to just make just perhaps some additional, just provide some context, just for members of the public and also for the board's information as well. This project is the project that the township applied for a statewide local share grant. And so we have been awarded $900,000 of external funding to advance this project. The township's match as part of that application is $139,677. That was the total match that was noted in the application. And then also, as the board is considering this, just so you have an understanding of this, the grant expiration date or the end of the grant term is June 30th of 2026. But just wanted to make sure that there was an understanding that there is significant Commonwealth funding that's supporting this project. And as I understand, this is a project that is been discussed for some time over the course of perhaps upwards of 2 decades.
Any discussion from the board?
Yes.
Go ahead, John.
So this does not include maintenance to the hidden garden padding, right? In that.
Oh, on the other side of the park.
Yeah.
No, this is specific to the grant on the east side of.
I just want to clarify for people who are following that it's not really designed to deliver maintenance requests on those sorts of items. It's an ongoing issue we have to still work through.
Yeah, that is still.
Isaac, I don't know, just on that issue, I mean, obviously there was a scope that was contemplated as part of the application, but there are other needs, existing needs for existing facilities there that do involve capital replacement. I don't know in your experience whether we have the ability to, once the design work is done, perhaps incorporate some additional elements into that and maybe amend the scope to address perhaps some of those additional issues. Obviously, there would have to be some give or take on that issue. But I just in working with DCD, any sort of feedback that you may have for the board on that issue.
Yeah, definitely. The work that we've done with DCD for these grants, and this application included working with the township to get these funds. The time, if you will, from when they award the funds to when these projects actually come to fruition, it's not too uncommon to have some requests if there's other things that are considered to try to make part of the project. So that you do have that ability to either kind of outline what the changes might be that you want to incorporate, ask to see if there's some additional funding to add on what they've already awarded, or replace, some funding in that aspect. So that ability does exist to kind of resume that conversation with them if there's some other things that come to mind.
So again, no guarantee regarding that issue, but that likely would be a potential to.
That seems like something we could add as a bid alternate when we go to the RFP for construction, because this is just design, right?
Correct. No, I think that's a good statement that those other elements of that park that have been contemplated could be incorporated into an ultimate bid. Yes.
Any other comments, Dan?
Yes, please. So Dave, you said the deadline to implement this is June 30th of 26.
That is correct. Yep.
We have
some time.
3 years.
We do have some time. Yep.
And in terms of the RFP, this would include township resources to coordinate with any consultant that would be hired or would win an RFP to do design work. So it would take township resources to coordinate with them, review designs, all that stuff, right?
Yep, absolutely.
All right. So for me personally, I'm psyched that we got the grant. I think it's from a project perspective, enhancing of the park. It'll be good when we get there. I just think the timing, doing it now and directing township resources towards a park project when we have so many stormwater management projects that are so necessary right now. I'll say I'm going to vote no for doing this now because we do have 3 years to actually, a little less than 3 years, I should say, to implement this. I think I don't want to do anything that diverts township resources from fundamental needs right now because we don't have that many resources. Yes, they can walk and chew gum at the same time, but they have a lot of stuff going on. Staff has a lot of stuff going on. So I want to make sure that we stay focused on our primary needs right now. And then once we get through that, we can pivot back to being a little looser with some of the things that we look at and do some more of these park projects.
I was going to suggest perhaps a way to address that concern is to authorize the issuance and set a future date certain for that to occur so that could address your concerns. So give us some time to get things moving. And then there are non-RFP stuff or RFP stuff that wouldn't necessarily impact the same resources, so that if you thought, 3 months from now, boom, we're ready to go, or then we would all we pre-authorized and said, okay, it's going to be this date. That I think could be.
Yeah. For me, we'll do the compromise thing as much as we can. And I appreciate that.
Mhm.
In this case, I think issuing an RFP, receiving proposals back, the township staff has to take time to evaluate and comment on and go back and forth. Well, that takes them away. Same key staff, that takes them away from looking at other things that we need to do in the immediate future. I just,
And that's why
something I
I was
can't
going to
do
say
right
that we would issue the RFP and say January 2024, right? Or February 2024. So it's been pre-approved, and that could be a way of addressing your concern.
I think most responses will probably give us anywhere from, and either Dave, please respond, would give us a proposal that was only good for 30, 60, 90 days from the date of the
No,
RFP.
I was going to be issuing the RFP in January, not today.
Yeah.
That's where I was going.
I mean, I think I would be willing to consider that in January once we know how everything else might. I mean, so, but I understand the request to move forward with it. I'm just not comfortable moving forward given everything else we're dealing with.
Any other comments by either of the other supervisors?
Not at this time.
Anybody?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think Supervisor Lewis's proposal to authorize the RFP for issuance at a later date lets us move forward a little bit on what we've already done some work on the grant, but doesn't dedicate resources and gives the board an opportunity to change that date later if necessary.
Supervisor Coyle, would you like to propose a friendly amendment that I could then?
You probably want to amend the motion to have that, a date to be issued on or after a certain date, January of 24, however you want to phrase it, but.
Yeah, sure. I'll
John,
propose it.
John, before you do that, please, Dave K, when you say implement, what does that mean? Start or complete? The 2026 date.
Oh, that's completion. So that's the conclusion of the grant term.
Thank you.
So it would be expected that the project would be done at that point and costs would be incurred and all of that.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, John.
So, Supervisor Coyle, you would be suggesting to me to say, hey, could you revise your motion to say, authorize the issuance of a request for proposal for the Memorial Park Phase 3 design services effective January 15th, 2024? Is that what you were thinking of?
Sure, with all timeline dates within to follow off of that adjusted RFP release date.
I'm cool with that. Who was the seconder?
I'm okay with that as well.
Okay. You're good with that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's not a Sunshine Act violation to modify one, as long as the subject matter is before everybody, so.
Okay.
So we've had an amendment to the motion and a second to the amendment.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Any discussion on the amendment? Any public comment?
Nothing in the room.
Anything online?
There's no public comment online.
Okay, then with that, I'll call the vote on the amended motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, motion carries 4-1 with Dan opposing. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Agenda item number 9, engineers report.
Sorry. I don't want to interrupt or be out of order, but right at your earlier announcement.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the gentleman who's speaking. Can you get to a microphone, please?
Sir, if you're, I can probably help you, Susan. If you're going to talk about the cell phone tower issue, no, there's an item on the agenda under discussion items that's specific to the cell phone. It's still there. That was just an announcement because it's hot off the presses for you. Yep.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan.
Yep.
Okay, so we're moving on to agenda item number 9, engineers report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the supervisors' consideration tonight, we have a few items. Our engineer's report has been provided as of last week, just for an update on projects that are ongoing in the township. The ones that we wanted to highlight this evening, the first is a kind of an overview to just clarify for the supervisors as well as the public the different tiers of projects that are being looked at for the drainage and stormwater management in the township at this time. And I believe we'll try to have that shared on the screen if that's possible. If I can ask the IT back there. Not, I'll just talk through it, but it does help to have the visual.
Yeah. You should probably pause until we can get that because I think it would help.
Yeah, that
I can
will
come
be
back to
helpful.
that
Just
one.
Come back to that item. Let me check.
Yeah, and if they are able to let me in the Zoom call, I could share my screen through my laptop as well. They have me stuck in the breakout room. So I'll come back to that item. Moving to item B, it's consideration for a change order. And I'm happy to say a negative change order for this year's liquid fuels road program. The net is a credit of $6,397.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor McCartney, seconded by Supervisor Grenier. Any comment from the board?
Nice to get money back. Right?
Agreed.
Any other comment from the board? Any public comment?
Nothing in the room.
Thank you. With that, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Isaac, I think you're have control of your laptop now.
It does, yeah. If you'd prefer, I can move through the other considerate items here and come back to the drainage slides. Does that work best? Just because the next one's also the road program.
Okay,
For continuity.
roll on.
All right.
Roll on.
The next item listed is consideration for pay application number 1 for the road program for this year. It does consider the negative change order to bring that total contract down. This payment number 1 is for completed items by the contractor to date for this year's road program. The recommended payment is $847,913.77. With that, a 2% retainage is held with the contract as it's still ongoing. With that payment, the remaining contract would be $309,902.36. So with that, the consideration is for payment application number 1.
Is there a motion?
I move that we approve pay application number 1 for the 2023 Liquid Fuels Program in the amount of $847,913.77.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Lewis, seconded by Mr. Grenier. Any comment by the board?
The usual question, I guess, for Isaac is you've inspected everything and everything everything that we're paying them for looks good.
Correct. Yeah. And one of the things that is part of the process of confirming road program items are the certification tickets for the asphalt, for the concrete. One of the reasons that the concrete item is not on this payment is because they're still providing those. But everything on this payment has been certified and reviewed and confirmed.
The remaining 300,000 plus, whatever that number was, is that all related to the concrete, or is that what?
No, it's a few other items as well, but that's one of them is the concrete within that. The payment certificate does list kind of the remaining items in the contract. It involves the concrete sidewalk is one of those in there, leveling course if it's needed, and also some base repair areas if that's needed. So if those are not needed, it would be a reduction of some of those quantities as well.
Okay, so some of it's more to cover potential additional needs, defects, et cetera. That
It is, yeah. The road programs, we always prefer to have those in there. We think it's good practice. Some of the conditions beneath when you don't really see their full extent until you mill that surface. So that's in there as needed.
especially if it's been 30, 40 years in some of these roads. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Appreciate the explanation.
Along those lines, have we completed all the milling of all the roads, right?
Correct.
And the paving, how many roads do we have outstanding for paving, or are those all complete as well?
I don't have that answer with me. I can confirm that and follow up though, just to make sure that all the paving operations
Yeah.
were.
We're getting the all done from our public works director. in the back.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. The last one I wasn't sure, but thanks for clarifying.
Any other comments from the board? Any public comment?
Nothing in the room.
With that, I call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Being that's the end of the items we have for the road program, I will hop back to the slides we have for just the drainage project overview. And again, this is intended just to have kind of a clarification of what the projects are currently in motion, kind of the tiers of projects that the township is working on, and some more familiar than others as far as what's been done in the field. So let me just make sure that this can go forward. There we are. So the first slide here, just showing kind of an overall aerial of the full drainage area. You can see in the smaller area to the right of the screen there, that's, as most folks know, the Maple Vale neighborhood. The red box shown there is that area where the emergency restoration had to be done. That goes to the canal with the homes and damage that occurred there. The white boxes show the stream areas that are involved with the permitting for not only the emergency, but also the additional permitting with DEP for stream cleanouts. And you can see that kind of follows along both sides of Taylorsville, and then that stream eventually goes to the canal and out to the Delaware. The blue area is the Highland Drive portion that comes down to Taylorsville. That was originally referred to as the phase 2 of the overall Maple Vale neighborhood drainage project. A few months ago, the board voted to proceed to kind of move along with that, regardless of the grant that it was waiting for originally. And that's a drainage project that we're looking to move into a bidding phase and get that out as quickly as we can. The pink area, which is, as you can see, is quite a large area. That is the comprehensive watershed analysis of the entire drainage area. And you can notice how large of an area comes down to that one point that goes into those streams. Also to notice, and we've talked about a few times before, that point where it's crossing Taylorsville towards the 295 Scudder Falls Bridge, when those large storms we experience overtop the banks, it goes right towards that Maple Vale neighborhood. So that's why the neighborhood itself isn't in that boundary, but when it overtops, that drainage area basically expands to include everything going down to the canal. So just to touch on the latest on these projects, the restoration project on the lower area of Maple Vale Drive, the restoration substantially was complete as of the 21st of September. I know there's continued monitoring of that and any kind of items that need to be addressed to complete what was permitted to repair the items that were washed out during those storms. The resubmissions to the DEP for the revised emergency permit, the general permitting, all the permitting that they require is obviously pushed through as quick as it can. And we have received both responses from the DEP originally, and then also the DCNR that basically reiterated what they were conveying to us before the letter, is that they wouldn't permit a second pipe discharge to that same location without really a involved and larger look at a analysis of how the water gets along the canal in that portion.
Can we ask questions along the way, Madam Chair, or do you want to do that?
Whatever makes sense for Isaac. I think it probably is good to get some questions in as he goes.
Okay.
From the board.
Sure thing. Go back to that one.
Yeah, on that one, a couple things. One, I think Derek, you're doing it, and Isaac, you are, but please continue to work with our residents here as to make sure that any micro grading or fixes that may need to be handled with a sharper pencil than maybe the contractor had, so they can make sure there's not a lot of ponding and puddling, and these are backyards that people want to use. So we just want to make sure we get it right.
Absolutely.
Just keep an eye on that. Specific to the pipe or pipes, plural. And I'll actually, it gives me a thought on another project you'll talk about. We have the one pipe that was replaced, and I'll say upgraded outfall, better outfall that's there now. There's another pipe that's in the box there that is much older, that could potentially be replaced, would likely need additional permits for a replacement, but that's more of probably a GP11 versus whatever the other. It's not a permit for a new pipe, it's a maintenance permit.
Right.
Is it possible, if we're still banging our heads against the wall trying to get that third pipe, is it possible under that scenario to replace that older pipe in its present location, maybe slightly upsize it to get more capacity, and use that as a way to get through that process without having to send letters back and forth asking for a third pipe, but have the same effect, the same effect?
Yeah, that general permitting that's noted there, that's exactly that process, and taking a look at that older pipe that remained after the storm, the property next to the one that got washed out. Yeah, that's part of the process that we're looking into, if we can do that.
Okay. And since Mr. Lozecki's not here today, do we have a schedule on that, when we can start to go through that process?
For the more general permitting, or
for the
other pipe?
Well, actually, I guess if the board decides to say, let's look at an option to just replace the other pipe similar to what we did with the first one, and maybe upsize it to get similar capacity to adding a third pipe, rather than having to take forever to argue over shoddy science. Just get it done.
That process is currently ongoing. So the updated schedule of dates with that. I know we're, updating the drainage schedule that we provide to the township for the website, and that'll continue to be updated as per our latest conversations with the permitting process.
Yeah, just for the board's info, I think if we do, instead of trying to put in that third pipe, if we go and attempt to change out the other pipe that hasn't been changed out, just make it bigger. That might be a workaround that's much faster with the same positive effect. But we need to get that done. I would like to say a special thank you to Mr. Rischel for his letter. I don't know if anyone on the board read it, but he wrote a great letter to the DCNR in response to the letter to us. So thank you, Dave, for
Again, I agree with everything you're saying, but let's let Isaac get through the presentation and then we can go back to those kind of things.
Thank you. The next tier, if you will, the project that is kind of started in a way, and then, you know, we'll continue as we meet further with DEP, is that clearing of the stream along both sides of Taylorsville Road here. So that has been done substantially by the Public Works, the Township Public Works, all their work to really clear out the wooded debris, things that were observed to be obstructions in the streams. The phase 2 of that, if you will, is clearing the gravel bars and other things from the waterway. That one does require the DEP permitting that we're meeting with them. We reached out a few times to get something on the calendar. We finally did. It's on October 12th. And that is a meeting that we'll have with them to talk about exactly what they are looking for that permitting, so it can have the quickest path forward when it's submitted and hopefully approved, you know, for that additional phase 2 work.
So, quick question on that.
Yep.
Significant portion of the southern, I'll say the southern half, you know, south of southwest of Taylorsville, is on private land. Have we engaged those landowners to make sure they're on board? Typically, they'll have to be co-signers of the permit. So I just want to make sure that one property in particular probably covers most of that area, right? So I'm just curious as how we're doing that.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Dave.
Sorry, there has been conversation with the property owner in terms of gaining access, talking about those issues. Again, no agreement at this point, because again, those details need to continue to be discussed with the property owner. But we have broached the topic with the property owner, both in terms of gaining access for purposes of discussing this, as well as other opportunities that may exist on the property as we're going through the more comprehensive drainage area assessment that Isaac is going to mention that Land Studies is performing on behalf of the township.
As we go through that process, if we find obstructions or other unpermitted activities that may impact flows along the stream, are we addressing those along the way? Like if someone puts up a bridge that they weren't supposed to, or impoundments or whatever it may be, are we addressing that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the meeting on the 12th with DEP is going to target a couple of things to confirm with them. There is a threshold of how far the linear footage of the stream is with the permitting they issue. Beyond that, you kind of get into the world of Army Corps permitting and a lot more kind of a lengthy process with that. So to your point, the coordination with maybe some other parts of the streams there would be something we'll continue to look at once we get just kind of some confirmation on how far we could go on the township side to make sure we address those spots. If there are things identified as really obstructions to the water flow, that's something we'd look to work with the staff, you know, code enforcement, those types of things to at least notify them that it's an issue that needs to be addressed.
And some stretches or reaches of that stream are, this is an email I got today actually, are essentially owned by PennDOT and typically would fall under their purview to maintain, but the township's been doing it. I know they have pushback saying that some portions of the stream are not on their property. We know otherwise, very specifically where. So I would hope that we are coordinating with PennDOT and hopefully they feel compelled to work with us and cooperate with us to address their own property as well.
Yeah, I'm hopeful they do too. I know both Derek and Dave have had numerous conversations with PennDOT so far, and I'm sure we'll continue to be doing that throughout the process.
Thank you.
The Project C, as it's listed, the Highland Drive drainage project is really focused on trying to improve those drainage inlets, pipes, capacity of water that's coming down Highland Drive towards Taylorsville. Originally, when it was pursued with that grant, it was separated out as a phase 2 of the overall look at this area of the township. So this is one that has kind of been pushed to get going as quick as we can. We have the preliminary engineering calcs and those designs for the drainage improvements that as it comes down. That is something that we're doing our final QA/QC of. We're looking to provide that to the township for some feedback within the next day or two here. And then following that, we'll look to have neighborhood meetings to get some feedback from the residents that live right along that area as well. Just so that way, when we have the bid package put together, it incorporates all the things that we want to see right where Highland Drive comes down there. The last one to mention for this overview is just that overall comprehensive watershed analysis. And the township has brought in land studies to look at that overall drainage area. The idea being that not everything for flood mitigation can be solved where all the water is getting to at the lowest level. Looking at areas that can mitigate and manage stormwater better throughout that path that winds up all the way down near the canal and the river. So that is something I know that will take a little time here, but overall it'll really establish some areas that can be addressed either short term or looking at a longer term solution is kind of how that vision is for the overall drainage area.
Yeah, so just on that one, if I could just, and again, we mentioned this at the last meeting, and it also has been communicated to those that essentially we're maintaining a listserv for those that have expressed an interest in this issue, primarily those that experienced damage as a result of the storm event on July the 15th. We are having a community listening session on October the 11th, which is next Wednesday, at 6:30 p.m. at the Lower Makefield Township Community Center, located at 1050 Oxford Valley Road, Yardley. And the purpose of that meeting really is to permit the public to learn about in a little bit more detail the work that Land Studies is going to be doing as part of this comprehensive assessment, and then also provide residents with an opportunity to share relevant concerns and observations as Land Studies begins their work. So we would invite folks to attend that session on October the 11th, again at 6:30 at the Lower Makefield Township Community Center. And that's really the purposes that I outlined is really the primary purpose. Again, they're just beginning their work at this point. So there's not going to be much in terms of information that they're going to be presenting. It's more, this is the work that we've been engaged to do. This is the scope of work that the township is undertaking and we're assisting with, and then also primarily to provide those that have been impacted by whether it be flood or stormwater related concerns in that area of the township over the course of time, to be able to share those anecdotes based on their experience. So in terms of how people can prepare for that, again, there's not a tremendous amount of preparation that we're requesting folks to do other than just simply come and share perspective and share experience and share anecdotes. If folks have either photo documentation or items that they would like to submit prior to that session, they're welcome to do that. Those can be emailed to admin@lmt.org, and we'll be sure to provide those to Land Studies in preparation for that session. Land Studies will be starting the walk of the stream corridor again from within that pink box that's shown on Isaac's PowerPoint during the day on October the 11th. So they'll have some context as they go into that session, but just an opportunity for folks to really get involved early in the work. So would encourage attendance at that session on the 11th.
And just to kind of summarize the overview here, it is, just a couple slides. It's really meant to show the interaction of a few of the different elements of all the drainage review and overlook that's going on in that part of the township. It's not meant to be kind of a conclusion of the work, but we'll continue to provide those updates as these projects move along. With that, Madam Chair, I can go back to the other item that we have in our
Okay.
report.
Wanted to see if there were any questions from the board or any public comment on that agenda.
So October 11th is the next big meet. A week from tonight is the next big meeting. Is that going to be available like this electronically? Or can we have that?
So we can have that set up again. It's not, the meeting is not intended to be really a presentation format. There may be some periods of the meeting where it's difficult for people that are not physically in attendance to, like, for example, if there's something laid out, a map or something on a table, that may be difficult, but we can bring technology to allow people to hear sort of the explanation of the scope of work, as well as they would be able to hear the comments that other fellow residents are offering and perspective that's being offered. And then we would have the ability to also have them call in and share those perspectives as well. So it may be a little, just recognizing that we don't have this technology set up at the community center, but the space is a little bit more conducive to the type of meeting that we were looking at having. But yes, there will be an element of opportunity to participate remotely. Some of it just may be a little awkward just because of the nature of some of the discussion. So,
And we're doing it at the community center instead of this room because
there was a conflict, I think, from a meeting schedule standpoint. Yeah.
Anyone else? Any public comment? And if there's any public comment,
I'll help you out with that. So she
Thank
can't
you.
see everyone. So for those, I'll try to help out with public comment tonight. So usual deal, if you can state your name and residence and go from there.
My name is April Bowich-Clower. I'm a resident of Lower Makefield Township on Mapleville Drive. I have a couple questions related to the land studies assessment. One of which just was called out by Isaac's map. We're outside the watershed of the Buck Creek. We're in our own watershed in Mapleville. Are they not walking through our neighborhood and they're only staying in the pink?
No,
That's what it sounds like. And I just want to make sure that that's not what's happening.
I can probably address this. So the pink, I think that's more illustrative for what a watershed looks like in that area.
I know you should have
Obviously,
used those maps. I know where they are now.
yeah, we went through that together. So obviously Mapleville is a big part of this a big part of why we're doing this. So I can safely say it will not be left out.
Yeah.
So, okay, so when they come through on the 11th, through the neighborhood, at least, I mean, I work from home. I would love the opportunity to take them into the property. I know we've had people just kind of show up, wind up in the yard. I don't know what they're there for. It'd be great if not to intrude and not to belabor what their
Understood.
process is, but we're there
Okay.
and would love to have that opportunity to speak to them.
Sure.
So that's probably not on the 11th, but something that we will incorporate.
The 11th,
process.
exactly. To Supervisor Blundy's point, the 11th is the listening thing, and then
Oh, I thought you said they were walking through the day of the 11th.
No, they're at
What? They're April. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, that they are going to start their walkthrough on the 11th as well. So they're going to be here the 11th and 12th. We can coordinate with them a time to specifically look at Mapleville, and then we'll obviously be in communication with you to make sure that you're available at that time.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just related to the scope of their assessment, when we get what is the output? Like, what deliverables are we getting from them? Are we getting like rough order of magnitude? Are we getting a roadmap? Are we getting like detail? What do you think we should do? And then further to that question, once we get that report, what budget does that come out of? How do we secure funds to act on what they're doing?
Yeah, I mean, the issue of funding and financing is going to be an ongoing sort of topic of conversation that needs to be had. It is going to be again, the nature of their scope is more sort of global, I would say, throughout the entire drainage area. So they're going to go through and identify opportunities based on their experience to address those upstream conditions, again, in the interest of trying to prevent in more significant storm events, that water spilling over from the drainage area that's shown on the map to the quote unquote Maplevale drainage area. And so once those are identified, at that point, there's going to have to be additional engineering work, obviously additional permitting work, and then there's going to have to be discussion on funding and financing as well. So I hate to be vague on that, other than to say that it's got to come from somewhere to address these issues and meet the various sort of programmatic things that the township has to do within the context of stormwater.
I'm assuming there's going to be some sort of like traffic light scale or some sort of rating of like, this needs to happen first, or this is going to happen again. From then they'll have like an escalation rule or something in place for that.
Yeah, there'll be some prioritization, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you. And can we get a copy of that? Or I'm sure it'll be posted on the new website because the website's awesome, but just wondering about what you shared with us, Isaac, if we could have a copy of that for some neighbors.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Are we still on drainage and stormwater things for Maplevale, or is that a later thing?
I would just,
We're covering everything right now.
Okay, so the great drain corner of Maplevale and Taylorsville that has like the blinky signs on it still, and it's been like over a month that's sitting there. What's good, Isaac? How did that stop?
An update on that one is that working with the Public Works, we're looking to have that corrected pretty soon. The delay was that we're well, as soon as we can make the box a little more robust to have that grate put on without it being compromised. The issue before was that it didn't have enough bearing that withstood the So the delay was that we were working with a manufacturer to see if there was a special box to put, or a special top, I should say. So we've reviewed that stuff, and now it's to the point where we can actually get something done out there. So I don't want to guarantee like it's going to be replaced within the next week, but I would definitely say
it's been well over a month now,
we'll look to have
and it was wrong since it was installed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just so that we can get everything down in the minutes, if we could just let one person finish before the next person starts to talk, right? Because somebody's actually typing all this stuff out. It just makes it easier for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and to just kind of summarize it, the elevation of that grate, which was the issue with it being a bit high before, that's been addressed. Now it's getting the grate back on there at that elevation, and then it would be completed. So that
just a ballpark, because we're going to come out and we're going to finish something, and then things go unpaved for half a year. It sits there we had like a forklift in front of somebody's house, a porta potty. We've had grates left on our lawns. I'm trying to get an estimate as to when our street will go back to not looking like a construction site and dangerous to our families. That's all.
And that was part of that. We wanted to,
I hope that's clear on record that I was saying that again.
We wanted to have an option that didn't involve a lot of repaving around that inlet. And I think we've reached that point.
I mean, our whole street's going to need to be repaved at this point, but that's a separate note.
Well, can I ask it another way? Was there design that needed to be done
For the repair of
for the repairs?
It's more on the construction side with like seeing if there's manufacturing.
So there's okay. So no design needs to. I'm just going piece by piece in the schedule because I know what April's asking. I think we've looked at manufacturing and what needs to be done, and we have an equipment or whatever we're going to call it. We have a piece of something we're going to install. It's been reviewed, agreed upon. It's going to work. Has it been ordered?
Well, the last piece is for me to follow with Derek and just confirm the final option that we think will work best.
So you guys
we know will work best.
Okay.
So that's I'm getting to this week.
We're working out the constructability aspect of it. To Isaac's point, there was a solution designed.
Yeah.
We're trying to minimize thickness to address and not destroy all the asphalt and keep positive drainage. So we're going back and forth, just finalizing the proper constructability methods to do on that grade.
So there is a little bit of design work.
We're going back and forth to finalize that between design and constructability to not have to tear up the whole road to get positive drainage again.
I understand. So we're kind of in the final design phase. We haven't ordered anything yet because we got to figure out what we're designing.
And again, it could be finer ordering a couple of days, and that's what we're trying to figure out. It's not months of lead time for ordering it. We're talking days. It's just trying to iron out the final product that would work best.
So that's something we need to do quickly. I think everyone agrees upon that. So if we can hammer that out.
Sorry not to mess up the typing, but that was the last meeting. It was 2 weeks ago that we were going to act quickly on this. And I appreciate that you leaned it up on the curb so water could get under it when the storm came over the weekend, but a lot of us left the neighborhood for the weekend. That's where we're at. Again, just to reiterate that with you all, we need to know that this is going to be fixed. I appreciate that you're working on this on. We don't want you to rush it because we know what happened the last time. And Derek, thank you again for coming out and checking on the yards for us and working on
I'll be
that
out.
with us.
I don't have time for you yet. but
That's
I'm just
okay.
waiting
No,
for it.
I appreciate you coming out though. Thank you.
Yeah, and April, just to be clear, I mean, they've been corresponding back and forth since that last meeting. So I don't want you to think that there's been no ongoing conversation with the two of them about this issue.
No, and I don't doubt that you all are working on it. It's just that, again, to lay people, some of these things like I know that there's a lot to it. I know there's science. I know there's more to it, but it's a point of frustration for us after so long of dealing with this. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another public comment. Again, if you could state your name and your address.
Larissa Luzecki, 18 Maple Vale, Lower Makefield resident. Derek, thank you for coming out yesterday. I look forward to hearing about, how you plan to improve the condition of the lawn. I do have a question and a comment. Has a schedule for the maintenance of the creek? I know you've begun to dig out. Have you come up with a schedule how this will be maintained? It can't be, once again, one and done. It has to be maintained on a periodic basis. So I'd like to know about a schedule.
If I could clarify your question or your comment, it's not the schedule to actually do the initial work that the permit conversation that's occurring on the 12th. It's after that, the long-term operations and maintenance of the stream over in perpetuity, let's say.
Yeah, in terms of that, obviously, we're aware of the situation right now within the department. And again, it goes into conversations with the budget season coming up and how we can address these moving forward. Because again, this is not the only stream within the township. There's multiple streams and it takes multiple efforts and multiple manpower to figure out how to manage all this waterways. So it is a topic of conversation that will be had during budget season.
Okay. As long as it's being done.
Yep.
I do have a comment about, Dan, we were talking about the drain. The one drain, is that the north side, the older one? That's the.
We're talking about the pipe near your house. That would be the more southern one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we understand it's the older one,
Mhm.
but most of the water comes from the north side. That's why it was important for us to get the two. Just by nature that the one was compromised and completely fell apart, and that's what led to my yard being completely collapsed. I just don't want the stress to be on repairing or replacing the older one, which has been holding. Of course, we don't know how long. It can't, all the concentration can't be only on that. It also has to be on, hopefully, the DNC approving a second pipe. That's where most of our water comes through. Just replacing that is not going to help us. It's not going to improve our situation. That one's holding. Was never compromised. But as we all know, 2 years ago, that when the south side pipe was compromised, which led to this catastrophe, this catastrophic chain of events for our neighborhood. So I don't want the concentration of efforts going into that, where to set up a new pipe on that side, which I know it might be far-fetched at this point. I don't want that to be abandoned because, once again, that's where most of our water comes from.
I don't disagree with you at all. I think we can have quicker success replacing the old pipe that needs to be replaced anyway, to the south, and relieve a little bit of the pressure on the newer pipe, that's on the more northern pipe, while at the same time still working with pressuring, however you want to say it, the DCNR and others to try and get that additional pipe in there as well. I still think we need it as just like you're saying. It's just we got to figure out a way to get them to listen to us. Yeah, I appreciate it though. Any other public comment? Sorry, Suzanne. Any other public comment on this issue? Did you have a comment, John?
Yeah, quick question. I know we've had, and I was going back looking at precipitation in the last 180, 90, 60, 30 days, and we've had some significant rain events in the area. And it was 2 weekends ago, we had about 2.5 inches total. We're averaging about 5 inches a month. With the changes that we've made thus far, did we find any pooling of water, any issues where we had lawns that had pooling of water, roads that didn't drain properly, anything of the stuff for the last couple major events? Because we've had, 2.5 inches that one weekend. We had, I think, 1 inch recently. And I'm just wondering if, because helps us understand if there's anything we're seeing now, like immediately, that we should be concerned about. Because I've driven through, we haven't had anything cooling wise lately. I know Colin, when he had the COVID, said, "Hey, should I drive around here?" And you were in the middle of the rainstorm, right? Did you see any pooling in the yards at all? That's usually an indicator, like Taylorsville Road, if you got pooling in the yards there.
Not really in the yards, but I did note on kind of the if Maple Vale's a jug handle, right? The northeast curve where it curves around back towards Taylorsville, there was quite a bit of water kind of collecting there at the base of a residence driveway and up against the curb. But the drains seemed clear. I saw a resident out there clearing the storm drains. It might have been you even. So,
yeah. So have you guys observed anything outside of that? Anything else? It seems like okay so far, I guess, is what I'm looking for under the events that we've had thus far since then, right?
But I think we've gotten some, and Derek, and you can tell us, I think we've gotten some feedback from 18 and 20 Maple Vale.
Yeah.
What I refer to as the micro grading issues to make sure, sharpening the pencil and fixing things to make sure the yards are okay and pooling in the yards so they're usable and whatnot. I know after each rain event, I've walked or driven through there as well. And there's always some pooling in certain areas that are low lying, and that's actually expected based on the design that's been out there for so long. I haven't seen any, obviously the stream hasn't jumped its banks since then, thankfully. And I went out on the canal to watch the flow from the pipe during some of the events, and that seemed to be holding steady. So everything looks to be in the right direction, but I do think there's still a fair amount of concern on the part, and I don't want to speak for anybody, but tell me if I'm wrong here. There's still a fair amount of concern, maybe even anxiety around big storms because there's not an additional pipe, because not everything has been implemented, where there's a lot of concern about.
I don't think that's what John's trying to suggest. I think John's asking if anyone has any feedback. Are we seeing that there have been improvements and seeing improvements, or is this highlighting other areas that we need to focus on? We know that nobody's over this yet. This is a big deal, and we're still working on it.
No, this is the feedback I get every day, including the anxiety. So I think it's important that we address it. That's all.
Yeah, and I would just add too that, the approach that we've had collectively has been the emergency repairs, obviously restoring the areas that were, substantially damaged. The idea always being to follow that would be to identify areas that could be improved, as we move forward here. The hope was that that second pipe would be part of that emergency permit when that first step, and they got pushed back, not to be abandoned, but to kind of reassess how the best path forward to add additional drainage improvements to that neighborhood would be approached. So I think, Derek, you can add if you'd like, but the emergency repairs and especially the clean out work that the Public Works has done has definitely, we've observed it to allow that through without those obstructions and things that were, making the water find its way around some of those areas. So that has been improved thus far, but obviously, additional things to come.
Yeah, I kind of view these as sort of like micro tests, right? And if there's something we're seeing, when you get a sustained rainfall, right? What we saw previously was more significant, but if there's something we're seeing now where we're getting pooling, that's the stuff that we can think, well, is there stuff that we need to do emergency wise now, like 60, 90 days that we haven't thought of that we're seeing based on these events? That's the kind of stuff is hard for us to have an assessment of that. And I'm just looking at, not to say that, because I've been nervous the last couple of rainfalls, right? As I'm sure everybody else has. That's why I'm like, if there's anything that's any early indicators that we need to fix sooner rather than later, that's what I'm looking for. And that's what, if we can get that stuff documented or just to make sure we're in good shape.
Good.
Yep.
Suzanne, I don't know what you can see, Suzanne, but April's come back up to the mic probably to respond to John's question.
Yes,
Great.
partially to ask, what can we do to report back to you? Because a lot of us, we take video. I mean, the rain we got right after the flood, that just flooded the whole street again. I mean, we have it coming up our driveway, it's over the lawn, but that was right after, before you had done all the work on Taylorsville. So I think my question, it's more of a question back to you is, what can we be doing as the neighborhood to say, on this day it rained? Like, what do we need to know? Like, it rained for this much time. What can we give you as feedback instead of saying like, yeah, my yard flooded again? That's not constructive. And I want to give you the information you need to make these types of decisions.
I think, and I don't want to speak for others, but the total precipitation that you receive, there are tracking that's NOAA, that's what I was looking up. It's more of, I captured this at this time, right, during a rain event. Here's the picture, here's the video. Then that way we'll know where we get pockets of this. And you're there all the time. We're not, you know, we drive by, right? So we might be driving through in the middle of an intense rainstorm and see something, and we could take pictures too. But if you're seeing something we're not seeing, or like the question about that corner of the jug handle where we were talking about there's pooling, that's helpful for us, because then we could start to say, okay, what's leading to that particular small spot among all the things that we've done? And is that a potential failure point in the future? I don't, and this is where full disclosure, as you know, I'm not an engineer, don't play one on TV, but if we start to look at these, this will help us see if there's issues that we haven't found. It's more about, I think, us just being generally extra vigilant about this. And that's really what I'm looking at these. I'm like, every time I'm going back, and I'm like, how much rainfall fell? Fortunately, these have been over 24 or 48 hour periods, right? As opposed to a 45 minute or 1 hour period. At least it gives us some understanding where we're at. And so that we could start to think about, you know, when we talk about larger or more problematic storms in the future.
Okay, this is my last thing, because there's a lot of people here waiting to not talk about this. Is this something we can ask the land studies, like, hey, can you give us like 5 points that we as neighbors can, one's in someone's yard, one's here, that these are the areas that we can look at and report back? So it's not just you getting rando pictures of someone's backyard. You know what I mean? Like, is it the swales on Meadow? Is it Taylorsville? Is it the creek? Tell us the views you want, and we'll set up our ring cameras and do whatever we have to do to get you guys that data.
I would say it's a good conversation for October 11th.
Okay.
Because at some point they're going to have walked through and have seen some of these areas and say, okay, this is where we think there may be an issue, so let's keep an eye on it.
Okay.
And let's work
And
together
April,
on all that.
Yes.
April, I really thank you for not only, you know, keeping this subject front and center, but your willingness to be creative and think of ways that you can give the township information that's actionable. So thank you for all of that. The point you just made about the other people behind you who want to talk, when we're through with Isaac, I'm going to flip the other business agenda item, which is the cell phone tower, up so that those people can be heard. So just thank you again, April.
No, and thank you. We really do we want to work with you and be an ally in this. So we need you guys to make this work. Thank you.
I'll just add, April, part of a drainage project is design does want to look for those local, things that you notice in spots. Yeah. So the design, the engineering side looks at, all the calculations and the numbers and things like that. Then to make it really full and robust for actual construction, it's looking for that feedback of those local spots that you see every day. Is it an area right in front of a driveway that really needs an inlet before it would go into the driveway, stuff like that. So I would invite you to, you can send that right to our office if you need.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
And if we're done with public comment on that subject, I hope, are we? Sounds like we are.
Yeah, no one's at the microphone.
Then let's go to 9D so that we can get to the other issue.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. The item D is consideration for pay application number 4. This is for the Woodside Road multi-use trail project. This item was before the board that was present on the September 20th meeting. This project, as you know, has been constructed to a certain point. It has its punch list that's been issued. It's had meetings with the township traffic engineer, as well as some other parties to determine some final items to implement as well. I'm pleased to report we were able to get Pico and Verizon in the room here together this week to talk about what their schedule for utility pole relocations is looking to be. And I don't want to kind of determine their schedule for them, but they did say, going into this fall winter would be when they can move these poles. They gave us weeks instead of months, which I was happy to hear. So with that relocated utility poles, there's portions of the trail that would, follow and be addressed that way. For this payment, these are items that since their last payment certificate, which was in April of this year, these are items that have been completed. They were directed to complete as part of the contract. And at this point, they're asking for payment of that to be made by the township. I did note, and I included a kind of a cover memo just to give a little bit more background on the different applications they requested since their April payment last issued by the township. They provided completed items that they thought were ready for payment in May, June, and August. Obviously, the punch list review and the items that are of highest concern were part of that conversation since their last payment, which is why those applications kind of compiled and now are before the board as this single payment request number 4. So with that, I'd be happy to answer some further questions, but this amount with those applications to this point, the amount is $112,231.07. It would still have items to remain in the contract. Those items in the contract that remain would total $54,990.17. And the final consideration for anything with this project obviously would not be until everything was completed to the satisfaction of our office and also the township. So with that, I propose to the board, if inclined, to consider the payment application number 4 for tonight that was tabled at the last meeting.
Is there a
as
motion?
mentioned? What was that, Madam Chair?
I'm asking if the supervisors have a motion.
Thank you.
I'll make the motion, get the conversation started.
Second.
Thank you. So motion made by Dan and seconded by James. Who wants to start the conversation?
For the record, it was seconded by John.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. That's okay.
Seconded by John.
Of course.
Well, who wants to start the conversation?
Why not? I'll bite. I'll go for it. Obviously we all have concerns about the status of the project and what it looks like. We've all been out there. We've seen some, there's certain issues where parts of the pavement are failing in a couple areas. The silt sock doesn't look very good. Yeah, and I haven't been out there in about a week, so I'm not sure if anything's been fixed after last time when we asked for it to be fixed. So we all have concerns about paying it. I think we all have concerns about paying a contractor for a project that we know isn't finished yet, and that we have concerns about. We want to understand the root cause of that. But I think, is there an obligation to pay them for work completed? I think our solicitor would probably say yes. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we get a well-done, completed project that isn't where, if there were failures by anyone in the circle in terms of design, construction, oversight, etc., that the township isn't left footing the bill for someone else's issues. And we want to make sure that if we're going to pay this fairly large sum of money to a contractor, that if at some point in time the township can be made whole. That's my thoughts. I don't know if anyone has any variations on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, you mentioned there's a remaining 55,000 roughly.
Just shy of that, yeah,
Just-
54 and change. Yep.
Is, in your opinion, is that enough to hold them accountable for the work that's unsatisfactory at this point?
I think it is, what I would say, obviously it's less than this particular payment because it's been, quite some time since their last one. The items that remain have been discussed both with the contractor, with the utility companies. I personally have spoken about each and every one of them with the township staff. There's a clear path of how each one needs to be addressed. As far as funding and making sure that it's being paid for the appropriate way, the fair way. That's something we continue those conversations with. For this payment, these are items that have been completed by the contractor, and are confirmed to already be done. I will say at this point, the contractor has made it clear some of these items, Dan, that you mentioned, the silt sock that needs to be cleaned up and things like that. They have no inclination to come back to do anything until they're kind of paid for things they've completed to date. So it's a bit of a standstill at the moment. But to your point, I do think that with the laid out path forward, which includes those poles being moved so they can address some of the spots that are waiting that part of it. I think the remaining items, they are inclined and interested in completing those, and not like bailing and saying, all right, we're out of here, like do it yourself kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I do think they will.
I guess a follow-up question to that, I think, and I had asked, I think last week, or last time. So once those poles are moved, they're obviously going to create holes in the path, right? So now we're repaving. Is that going to be a change order, or is that part of making us whole once those poles are moved? Because it was under the advice of the engineering firm to start with the project with the poles in place. Now we're going to have to move the poles. Now we're going to have holes in the path. Is that going to be a change order? Is the engineering company taking on that expense? Is the contractor taking on that? Who's taking on that expense once those poles are moved?
That's a good question. And those are the conversations that I continue to have with the township manager and the staff. So, the history of the project, and, I look to give you kind of that full history as well, for your guys' information. There's one spot in particular, the pole is directly in the path of the trail. Obviously, that'll be a fully paved section when the pole's moved. The ones that are adjacent, that have to be moved further, and then the path is basically straightened out. Those costs that go along with that would be something that we determine how to, best get done. And if it's something that, I'll be honest, if we had an oversight that caused additional work, that's something that we're, honest about and would be able to talk about, how to make that whole. If it's something that was directed at the time, with the previous administration even, and now it's always thought to be, something that would come later once the poles were moved, then that's something that's coordinated, accordingly. So I guess to answer your question, it's item by item, we would go through those and make sure they're done the right way.
Thank you.
Just, I hope that by tabling it in our last meeting, it was a wake-up call for a couple things. One, we were unhappy, I think I can speak collectively for the board on this, with the way the project was executed in terms of timeline, when defects occurred. And in general, what we want to know is the project on time? Is it on budget? Is it on scope? If we're missing on any of those three, and by the way, I think all of us work in projects that don't go on time, on budget, on scope. We deal with that all the time. Where some of our concerns were in communications and gaps, where we didn't know all of the defects or the severity of the defects, and it took us a while to get understanding about that. We need to have a postmortem in terms of project management, and that's perhaps an internal process that we talk about. Of course, we can't have all of us at once if it's internal, but it is something that, and we've had some very unique circumstances in this township, as you're aware, with engineering firms in the past, that that we've dealt with. And as a consequence, I know I can speak for others to suggest that we'll continue to be more discerning and aggressive customers, is the way I would put it. And to kind of leave it at that for today.
No, absolutely. I don't disagree with anything that you just mentioned. To give just a touch on some of the history with kind of why the poles are there with the trail. At the time it was bid out and awarded, there was an item considered for having the contractor, work with the utility companies, do their usual, relocation process. At the time when it was looked to be awarded, that price had come in at like basically $100,000 from the contractor. It was decided by the administration at that time to remove that from the contractor's responsibility, kind of shift it into the township's realm. So that is definitely one of those unique things that kind of put a couple things spinning at the same time for this project. And then it was also attached with some of these grants that couldn't wait all day for the poles to be moved. So to kind of bring us where we are now going forward, obviously we're committed to making sure that it's brought to that full original design to get that trail finished.
And I'll leave it at this for tonight. When we have a situation where a utility company is not delivering, many of us have no hesitation, and in fact, deliver great enjoyment by aggressively advocating for residents or the township. Just today, I had a circumstance where a neighbor had a cable that was looped and almost hitting the trash can. Lit it up with it was either Verizon or Comcast. Neither one has taken credit for it yet. One of those two. Why don't I say a nice word about Comcast? Have I told you how much I appreciate Comcast's fast response to my email this evening? That's wonderful. Sometimes positive reinforcement's good. We want to do that stuff if we can be helpful. If not, we won't. But if we can, we will. So these are the kinds of things that we can help with in those processes when we find barriers or someone is not delivering on what they should be. And so I'll leave it at that for this evening.
One other issue separate from obviously the polls are a big issue for folks. I get that and I understand that. There are a few other key, I'm not sure if it was design or implementation construction issues that were a big concern for me. Obviously the pieces that broke off and sloughed off into the basin. That one I want to understand why it was designed the way it was and why it was built the way it was. And then a few of the areas around down the hill there around a few of the inlets, because I think I want to understand how we got to where we got to, because it sounds like there's new design work to be done to fix that. And I want to understand how we're going to address that, because it's design and construction. And that's fundamental to all these processes and procedures that Supervisor Lewis and others are talking about. So if we can cover that, appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. The spot that is along the basin there, that one is one of the things on the remaining punch list that was a difference of the contractor's installation of the trail compared to the design plan. Yeah, they proposed or basically constructed the trail at a different elevation that was more basically right to the edge where it goes down. The original design had the trail with a bit of a berm in between the trail and where it slopes down. So that is an example of one that we work with the contractor to determine basically how to resolve that. If it's something that they basically did in what they thought was the best interest, but it wasn't per the plan, then typically that's something they would have to readdress and fix. Right. For areas that are further down near some of those inlets, if I'm thinking of the same areas, a lot of those are where the trail is basically kind of snaking down the way there. A lot of those snake curves, if you will, would be straightened out when the pole is moved. So many of those do get it kind of resolved, or at least taken back to what the original intent of the trail alignment is once those poles are moved.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor this too much, because I don't think that now is the time to figure out the answers to all of this. But I think each of the supervisors have raised key issues. I'm in the awkward position of, having abstained on every vote, which I will do again today, because as many of you know, I have to pass that bike path every day because it's right in my backyard. And I think I'm one of the first who brought it to the attention, like there's something terribly wrong here. So we will figure it out. And with that, is there any public comment?
You have one coming up.
Thank you.
Reminder to please state your name and your address.
Sure. Lori Gray, 895 Slate Hill Road. So Lower Makefield Township resident. When did this project start? When did this project begin?
2019 was when the grant applications were submitted and the conceptual design.
And how much has the township spent on it to date? Not considering, I guess, the 112 that is going to be voted on tonight, which I hope doesn't pass, but.
Well, and what I'll mention with the payment certificate application is that it's items constructed in the contract that was awarded to, the contractor in this case. So the total contract that was awarded, I can find on this page in a minute here.
As he's going through that, and I don't have the number in front of me, but a large portion of the project was funded through state grants rather than township specific tax dollars.
That's a blessing, right?
We try to do that whenever we can, as you can imagine. I'm seeing if John, you might know this, or Mr.
Yeah.
Cash might know.
In addition, we also received money from the Delaware River Joint Toll Bridge Commission. So we are working with them to cross Taylorsville Road to link up with the path that they've built that basically allows you to access, the bridge, the canal,
Right.
and New Jersey if you wanted to go to New Jersey.
I use it. I know exactly.
Yeah. So, but as way of background on this particular project, it has been a priority for over 20 years and has been in plans to link up paths that are in the northwestern part of the township with the canal and bike path. And it's taken us a while to get the funding for it. And I think we could say the vast majority is state and or funding provided by the Delaware River Joint.
Just still, I guess, our tax dollars, right?
Huh?
I guess it's still our tax dollars, one way or the other, we pay for it.
Some are taxes, some are tolls.
Yeah.
Tolls,
Yeah.
taxes,
It's
we pay.
stuff we're paying. Yeah.
Right, one way or another, so.
And I do have those numbers
Great.
if interested. So the Greenways Trails and Recreation Program grant that the township received was $52,000. We also received a DCED MTF grant, multimodal fund. That's $353,000. At the time, the township had budgeted $250,000. So if you take the total contract value, which is $659,258, you minus out those grants, the balance is $254,258
Okay, great.
as it stands now.
And that does not include the Delaware River Joint Toll Bridge.
Correct.
Commission
That doesn't
money,
include
so-
the toll bridge.
Great, thank you. Well, I couldn't agree more with many of the comments that were made today. I appreciate the attention that this is getting because it's a mess. It really is an eyesore. And I couldn't agree more with many of the comments that you've made, Supervisor Lewis, that this is clearly not as an example of how not to run a project, right? So thank you very much. Thank you.
Any other public comment? No one's coming up to the podium.
May
No.
I ask a question out of turn after the public portion?
You can.
Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
So something the resident just said just sparked a question in my head, right? To clarify the matter before us, it's not for us to say we're super happy with the work that was performed and we believe it was worth $112,000. What's happening here is that the town engineer has said under the mechanisms of the contract, this contractor has delivered as they are supposed to deliver, right? And they are now requesting payment owed to them under the contract. So if there's any dispute over the quality of the work, it's almost a mechanism between the township and the town's engineer at this point. Is that accurate?
To an extent, yeah, I would say that if the displeasure, and obviously the displeasure is with the project kind of as a whole, trying to get to its completion for the few factors, the payment that's being requested by the contractor is work that's been completed and confirmed to date. So it's not really a payment for items that we think were done poorly, or, you know, or items on their punch list, they still need to address certain locations. These are for areas that have been constructed. You know, they were completed and verified as being done per the contract, and per the items in the contract.
Okay, so simplifying this for the super new person,
Sure.
the town has essentially already signed off on this work as completed. And this is a vendor who's saying, we want to pay our people, we want to get the money to pay for our materials. You've already said that we've completed this work, please pay us.
Correct. Yeah, the process that all these projects go through, all the capital projects, and then on the land development side, they have their escrows. When they complete the work, they request that it's inspected, confirmed by our office and any others. That then is sent around to be agreeable to them as well as our team. And then it's brought to the board for consideration for approving the payment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed, all those abstaining, aye. Motion passes 4-0-1. Look forward to further discussions. Okay, then as signaled so subtly earlier, fellow supervisors, I'd like to move up agenda item number 14A, the Selco Partnership DBA Verizon Wireless Zoning Hearing Board application. If someone, Dave, do we need a motion or can we just do that?
I think you probably want to make a motion, and then if there may be some public comment about it. There's several people in the room who are, I know, interested in the Selco issue, so it'd be appropriate.
Madam
That's why
Chair.
we're moving it up.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we take agenda item 14A Selco Partnership DBA Verizon Wireless Zoning Hearing Board application and bring it to consideration at this time, provided that all public commenters realize that we've given a full disclosure of all the stuff that we know at this time, and to keep their comments brief.
Is there a second?
That's my motion.
All right, I'll second the motion.
Motion made by John, seconded by Dan. Open the issue up to the board for discussion.
Just you want to give us a reminder of your earlier announcement, as a few people have come and gone?
Yeah, and Jim Majewski is also here. He's obviously serves as the township zoning officer and has had some communication with the applicant as well. But again, as announced earlier, Selco partnership doing business as Verizon has indicated that they are granting requesting an additional extension of time to recommence the zoning hearing board hearing on the application. So it is not anticipated to be heard at the next zoning hearing board meeting. The nature of the continuance is still being discussed amongst various I guess attorneys that are working for the various parties. So the zoning hearing board solicitor, the counsel for the landowner, which is the synagogue, and then also counsel for the residents that are opposing the application. And so it is our understanding that Chris Schubert, who's counsel for Selco, has sent an email to both the other both the landowners council as well as the concerned citizens or resident groups council to really outline two options. One would be an indefinite extension, essentially to recommence the hearing, with the understanding that upon a request to recommence, that the hearing would recommence within 45 days following that request to recommence the hearing. If the counsel for those two parties objects to that in some fashion, then the request was going to be simply a 60-day extension to a date certain. So, Jim, I don't know if you had an opportunity to connect with Chris today or spoke to him, but that's what I understand based on my conversations, and I don't know if you have anything else to add at this point.
I believe you've summarized that very nicely.
So we don't have so we don't know when the next date would be, but it's not going to be this month. Is that a very short way of saying?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I ask another question, or do you have any?
Sure. Yeah, no.
I see. So couple things as they're having their sidebar over here, whatever they're talking about. We don't have a date now that they're going to be going to the zoning hearing board. Do we have any updates on two things that I'll just ask both at the same time? Two things. One, has there been any further discussion about moving, relocating, redesigning some other alternatives to what has been proposed? And what I understand is to have been proposed, it was the 155 foot fake tree at some location at the synagogue parcel. I've heard various things, moving it around the site, doing different things.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've not seen anything at this point, in terms of the township or them amending the exhibit. They were looking at an alternative location on the synagogue site, which creates additional separation from some of the homes that are immediately adjacent. So, and I think that is in part why they're requesting the continuance, because of the process that they have to go through that from a federal standpoint. But we have not seen anything further at this point in terms of a plan exhibit or anything of that nature. Just simply an expression that they were looking at additional sites on the property, though, not
only on the property proper. No other.
Again, whether they're exploring other sites throughout the community, they've not indicated it at this point. At this point, our understanding is looking at additional sites or an alternative site on the property.
Is it safe to assume, or am I just making the assumption that since the synagogue has counsel, who we know very well, that they would probably fight having to move it off of their parcel? I mean, like you're getting it all, or
Yeah, I don't.
just making an assumption.
Yeah, I mean, that hasn't been communicated to me at this point. I mean, I assume that they're, obviously the synagogue has an interest in pursuing it, so I perhaps they would be objectionable to that, but nothing has been expressed like that.
No real update. And then the other side of things from our side, have any updates on feedback from the Cohen Law Group?
Yeah, so Cohen is doing their work. I do need to follow up with them and find out exactly where they're at. I know that work is ongoing though at this point to amend the township's overall ordinance governing not only this application but future applications as well.
Yeah, so for folks, we're looking at updating our cell phone related or mobile cellular technology related ordinance in town, generally speaking. But specific to this project, have they given any final feedback in terms of our potential for success if we wanted to oppose or have some say in how this gets done?
Cohen has communicated that the application given not only relevant case law, but I guess there was a recent order, it would be challenging for the township to oppose the application from a federal law perspective. That being said, again, the township has the ability to choose to do what it wants to do. But if to the extent that litigation would result as a result of it, there are the deck is sort of stacked in favor of telecom telecom companies.
Yeah, personally, I think it's always interesting because we can I guarantee folks in the audience, and I would do the same thing. Say, well, we won before. It's a simple response, the nuance and maybe some changes, but I think the primary law has stayed about the same since last time something similar came up.
Well, other than there was that recent Third Circuit case that changed the standard in which the application was being evaluated under. So the test or essentially burdens, and again, Dave, you might be able to explain this better than I, are not the same that existed even a year ago.
Yeah, that decision I think was rendered in May or June, so it's fairly recent. In fact, about the time that Cohen was being retained, it was when this decision came down. So a lot of us became aware of it. And I don't have it in front of me, but I know that the standards have been made more favorable for the applicants. It's not a slam dunk, but it certainly paves the way more for that. Doesn't mean that, there's not ways to oppose it. But again, I think to reflect what Mr. Kratzer said, the congressional intent, and that at the state level too, frankly, is to facilitate these places. Now, it doesn't mean, again, that the zoning laws and ordinances are not applicable and can't be invoked. I think that's what Cohen's looking at, to see how we can, with the current ordinance, what we can do with this application, but also in the future, how we can then strengthen it to make sure that we meet all the challenges at that point too. So
to your point, do we have an updated timeline on when Cohen will have their review done?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think that the manager has already said he's going to follow up on that. So I don't know if there are any other board members, but I know there are a lot. I believe there's still a lot of residents who want to comment. So
sure.
Supervisors, are there any other comments?
You can, sure.
Just one quick thing. People wondered why I was speaking to a solicitor. It was a question around whether if we were to not accept an extension, could we then change the ordinance and have that new ordinance apply to a potential future? Always thinking. However, no, is the quick answer. And with that, come on down.
Yeah, so I'll assist. And at some point, I'm still open to making a motion to participate now, and we don't have to wait 2 months or whatever it's going to be for Cohen to give us anything, but I would be more.
And and I was going to say that may be advisable because we don't have the extension request at this point. We have a verbal expression of an intent to extend, but at a minimum, that may be smart, just to make sure that in the event that something would drastically change, I don't have any, I don't know that it is, I don't know that it will, but that way you're covered and the action has been taken.
So why don't I do that? So we have something else to talk about during public comment. I'll make a motion to participate.
Wait. We have a motion.
First, let's make sure we get the agenda item up here. That's number one. No, we didn't vote on that. There's been a lot. That's okay.
We were talking. I've been trying to move it along, but
So we need to take a vote on moving that item up from 14A to between 8 and 9, or 9 and 10. So that'd be the first vote. I don't know that there's any more discussion required about that.
Nope, I assume there's not, but is there any public comment on the motion of moving it up?
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay, then with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of moving it forward, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and now Supervisor Grenner, I think, does want to make a motion that would be germane to the reason why a lot of the folks are here. So
yes, so I'd like to make a motion for the Board of Supervisors to participate in the zoning hearing matter related to Selco doing business as Verizon at the Bethel Synagogue.
Supervisor Coyle will second.
There being a motion made by Dan and seconded by Colin. Any further comment from the board? Any discussion from the board?
At this time, would participation or opposition be a better position for the BOS?
I think what I would suggest now, because we're still waiting to hear from council, that participation at least gets you in the door and at the table. And then, depending on their review and findings, I think you can always modify that too. At least you're there at this point without having to take that extra step. That's my recommendation right now.
If anyone wants to amend it at some point based on our discussion today, more than happy to consider.
Okay.
Just to provide some, just quickly. So that decision, the relevant decision, was issued on July the 14th of 2023. It was the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit in Selco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless versus White Deer Township Zoning Hearing Board, in which essentially they changed precedent and how they were looking at these issues. So that case again has sort of has modified things materially.
Have there been any subsequent cases of that case that have been met with any opposition or any different outcome in that case?
Like I said,
are there any in litigation right now?
I don't know. I haven't seen any evidence of that or any reported cases on that, just so everybody understands. I know a couple people in the audience are lawyers. Third Circuit is the circuit for our Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. So it's precedent that controls where we are right now.
Okay. So it's a interstate type.
Yeah, I mean, the federal circuits, we have the district courts for each state and within states, then the circuits are usually several states within one circuit. Again, our third circuit is New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. So that circuit makes determinations that are precedential within that circuit unless they're overturned by a later decision, which in this case it did overturn a prior decision, at least to some extent, or reversed or overturned by the Supreme Court of the United States.
Do you know, Dave, of if that municipality appealed the decision of the Third Circuit Court?
I'm going to say it was probably a year and a half before that. It takes quite a while for matters to be first appealed to the Third Circuit and then briefed and argued and then for a decision to be rendered after that.
But I'm saying that
You're saying whether White Deer,
did they appeal the Third Circuit decision?
Oh, my guess is they did not, but I think they may have. Then that would be what's called a discretionary appeal to the Supreme Court. And my guess is the Supreme Court would not, they would not be interested in taking it. That's just my guess, but.
Even though it involves the FCC and
they probably think that they
Did
handled it just
Dave,
fine.
could you look into that? Could you see if there was a fact an appeal taken and just get back to us when you can?
We can certainly look into that, sure.
Thank you.
And, to his point, if there's been any other decisions.
Right.
Thank you. Any other comment from the board?
Yeah, I guess in terms of what we know, again, what we know so far, the synagogue's parcel is just short of 13 acres. It's surrounded on all sides by residential properties, largely a wooded property. Obviously, there's a building and a driveway parking lot, but largely wooded. There's been a site proposed, and it sounds like they're talking about some other locations on the same parcel, the same 13-acre parcel. Again, it's 13 acres. It's not 100 acres. It's not 1,000 acres. So moving something along a 13-acre parcel may not get you much benefit depending on topography and other things. But obviously our residents have major concerns. So I think I would hope that my fellow board members would be willing to participate in this matter. And as we learn more information.
So I believe we've already voted to participate months ago.
No, I made the motion and it died for lack of a second. We've never voted to participate.
Yeah, there was discussion about, but I don't think we actually took a position at the time.
Yeah.
It's my recollection.
No, I remember that well because I very distinctly made the motion and no one seconded it. So we didn't move forward with participating. And the idea was to talk to the Cohen Law Group and others.
After that, so this motion is to oppose, correct?
The motion is to participate.
Participate. Okay.
Yep.
How about public comment then? Are we ready for that, supervisors?
Sure. So the podium is open. There's a large group. Generally, if there's a lot of people that want to make public comment, if you could kind of form a line so it goes a little faster. And when you make public comment, please state your name and whether or not you're a resident of Lower Makefield and have at it.
Good evening. My name is Tom Hughes. I live at 391 North Flint Court. I'm a resident of Lower Makefield Township. So just so I understand the discussion we just had just there was a motion to participate made by Vice Chair, but it was not seconded so far.
Tonight, it was seconded by Supervisor Coyle.
Okay.
The previous motion months ago was not seconded.
Excellent. Thank you.
Distinction.
That'll kind of cut short a lot of my comments because I think based on the conversation that was had here, a lot of us kind of understand what your position is going to be here. And, it is unfortunate that maybe in some instances, our hands may be tied. But there are just a few things that, I wanted to point out, some of which I'm sure you're already aware of. There are alternate locations within the township that would be suitable for a cell phone tower. There are locations where we already have cell phone towers within the township. There would also be a variance required for the height of the tower. All of these things, which I'm sure you're aware of. However, what you may not be aware of, and it's interestingly enough, we were talking about stormwater runoff earlier. At this proposed location, they're going to want to put a 2,500 square foot impervious surface on the property. And if you look in the cul-de-sac in my neighborhood, in front of my property, in front of my neighbor's property, when we get rain, there's considerable runoff in the cul-de-sac that doesn't drain anywhere. And I believe that adding more impervious surface in the property adjacent to us is only going to exacerbate that problem. I think allowing to build a tower in a residential area sets a dangerous precedence, but I guess that that's already been addressed by some court cases.
I don't know that court case is dispositive of that particular issue as it would apply here. We just have to understand that the standard, the kind of type of evidence that an applicant would have to present is probably less stringent than it used to be. That's all. I don't want to say that because the Third Circuit decided that decision under those facts doesn't necessarily mean they would apply directly on these facts. Just so you understand.
Understood. Thank you. With that being said, I appreciate your position on this, and Vice Chair, I appreciate your willingness to put forward the motion to participate in this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Cohen. I live on Hidden Oaks Drive in Lower Makefield. My wife and I also own a business here in Lower Makefield as well. And I just wanted to express my opposition to the cell tower. Although I'm not opposed to advancing technology, I'm not opposed to better cell service. I'm opposed to this particular location. From a personal standpoint, my house backs directly across the street. So my backyard will face the cell tower, the property where the application is. The new location that they're possibly proposing on the property moves it closer to Stony Hill Road, which places it it's marked off on the property. So if you drive in, you can see it. It puts it about 450 feet from my property. To put that in perspective, if you can't envision what 450 feet is, I measured from the front door of this building to the front door of the library is about 500 feet. So that cell tower will be that close to my house, that close to my backyard. The height of this cell tower at 150 feet will not be hidden by the trees. It will tower over the trees. This will literally cast a shadow on my backyard. We had a backyard project planned that we put on hold until we saw what happened with this, because I don't want to invest any money into my backyard when we have this, I'm going to call it a monstrosity going up there. Again, I'm not opposed to technology, just this is not the right location. It's sort, you know, our neighborhood, Hidden Oaks, zoned residential. The houses along Stony Hill, zoned residential. The houses along Bluestone, Flint, Twig, all around that neighborhood, all zoned residential. The property that the synagogue sits on is zoned residential and only exists by special exception. So to put this cell tower in the middle of all these homes is kind of an egregious affront to these homeowners. And it will, no matter what it says, this will substantially affect home values for those that live in the immediate vicinity of it. I know I wouldn't buy this house that I live in now if there was a cell tower towering over the backyard. So I think it's imperative that they look for a new location that is not as egregious to the residents, to the homeowners, because it's not just my home. There's dozens of homes within a few hundred feet, within 600 feet. There's hundreds of homes, maybe even thousands within a half mile of that property. So I'm looking to the Board of Supervisors to support our opposition. And I thank you, Supervisor, for putting that motion forward. And that is all I have to say.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Bob Needleman. I'm Dr. Cohen's next door neighbor, 387 Hidden Oaks Drive, Lower Makefield. I won't reiterate what Brian has said. I agree with everything he said. I am strongly opposed to the construction of the tower at that site. The primary concern that I have is not property values, although I'm obviously very concerned about reduction of property values. The statistics would show that there's about a 20 to 30% reduction in property values when a cell tower is constructed in a residential neighborhood. What I'm primarily concerned is the safety factor. I think this is going to create an extremely dangerous situation for the residents of this area. From what I understand, and perhaps Dr. Manarino can comment because he told me about it, that Verizon requires a backup generator to be adjacent to the tower in case of a power failure. The backup generator will be diesel fuel powered, will require a diesel tank to be on that location to power this generator. Obviously, that is a flammable fuel. There have been incidents in the community where vandals have shot guns into tanks of various types and created some serious problems. I would be very concerned that this type of thing that could happen with that tank would be some type of explosion and flammable vent that could cause a serious fire. In addition to the fire risk, because of the bad storms we've had, and likely we'll have more in the future, tornadoes, straight line winds, etc. I'm concerned if this tower should lose its support and come down. Stony Hill Road is a major thoroughfare for first line responders, police and fire. I hear them all the time going up and down my property, which is adjacent to the road. And in the event that the tower should come down, that could impede the first responders from moving along that road and responding to whatever emergencies calls that they're making. That probably is not a high risk. I'm not a cell tower expert. I don't know how secure these are installed, but it is a very high tower, 150 feet. And certainly it would have to be very securely guided. I assume that it has to have a very deep concrete hole dug in the ground to support all this. But I am concerned that there is the risk of a fall, which could be devastating, not only causing a problem for if it falls on the road, but if it falls on the synagogue. I know the synagogue has a religious school there. There are young children attending, and God forbid there could be loss of life or serious injuries. So for all those reasons, I'm opposed. I won't go into the medical risks. I am a retired physician, but there are many studies which have, which have been published of the potential risks of chronic exposure of this type of cellular radiation, microwave radiation on the human body, including exposure to the skin, risk of worsening of diabetes, heart disease, and my most concern, since I'm retired and I'm living in this house most of the time, would be malignancy. And again, it's a very controversial issue. I'm not an expert on this subject, but that would be my concern. I do not want to move, but I am concerned about all this to continue residing in my home. And I would appreciate that the board support rejection of the variance. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. Ray Wilhoft. I live on 304 Cinnabar Lane. That's probably about 300 feet from where that original location of the cell tower was proposed for. So that's going to be pretty much right in my backyard. I'm just agreeing with everybody else said there. I mean, the location is terrible for this. It's right in the middle of residential streets. You got people on all sides of this thing. At some point in time, and I'm not sure why this happened, this was originally proposed for a completely different location. For years, it was slated for the Brookside Swim Club. I'm not sure why that got moved. It seemed to me like it'd be a better place for it. But within a year, it pivoted to this parcel, and it seems to be locked in place there now. They don't want to look at anything else. I don't know why. At the last meeting we had, there was a conversation around alternate sites being examined. What I hear right now is nobody knows if that even happened. Why not? It's a big thing to us. Residential values in that neighborhood will be shot to hell because of what this thing is doing. People do not want to live next to one of those. I'm one of them, but I'm here already. So has anybody been in contact with the Verizon? Has anybody talked to them about possibility of moving the site? Or is it just, we're going to move it a few feet over, a few yards over? We're going to, paper this thing over and go from there. Where do we leave off?
Yeah, I mean, we have had, again, we've had one conversation with the applicant. Is that following, I guess the original application was filed by the zoning hearing board. We've been trying to reach out to applicants' counsel. Jim, you can speak to it. You've been the primary person trying to do that. And there was just, a lack of responsiveness, quite frankly.
Yeah, well, I mean, to me, that's unacceptable. That, not only are we going to shove this down your throat, we're not even going to talk to you about it. Somebody's got to be able to get a hold of them and get this thing moving. Just to sit back and say we tried to get them once, that's not good enough.
Yeah, again, they have a variety of process. My understanding is they have a variety of process related requirements when they're looking at alternative locations. And so I do believe that they're exploring.
I would have hoped there would have been some kind of an update on that. We looked.
Well, again, it's not the jurisdiction. I think there rests with the FCC. So they're going through federal process. They're going through environmental processes. They're going through a host of other processes that are outside of the jurisdiction.
Wouldn't part of that be, yes.
I don't mean to cut you off, but to Supervisor Blundy's comment earlier, we do have someone trying to capture all the comments correctly. So if we can be a little more patient, let him finish, then you'll get I appreciate why you're asking questions, but we just got to make sure we can capture everything.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, Dan, I really appreciate you saying that. And just to the gentleman's point, I believe the manager said at the very beginning of the meeting, and then again, when this motion came up, and we hear you, right? We're frustrated too. I assure you, there hasn't been just one outreach that went unanswered. We continue to try to get information from them, and we will continue to try to get information from them. But right now, we shared with you the information that we have.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. But just doubling back, curious, what happened with Brookside, and why didn't that one go through? And why is this one deemed better when it seems to me it's not?
I was going to say, Jim, do you want to chime in on this? Because I think we've had this discussion before.
Well, I believe the Board of Supervisors voted to oppose that application at Brookside Swim Club. And we suggested they look at alternative locations. They have looked and have continued to look for locations throughout the township to try to fill their coverage gap that they allege that they have. They landed upon this site because it met some of the criteria that they needed to maximize their coverage and try to put it in an area that they hoped would be least impactful to the surrounding community. Obviously, when they did the balloon test, I think we all saw that maybe it was a little more impactful than we had hoped it would be. And now, as Mr. Kratzer had said, as they look at alternative locations, there are a whole set of criteria they have to go through and look at as they look around for these sites.
Because pivoting from Brookside to here, looks like it went through within about a year, and they were able to get this thing approved. So, I mean, we're 6 months out from this thing starting.
Nothing's been approved.
Nothing has been approved by anybody. They have an application in. So in terms of
that, but that location got firmed up and nailed down within a year.
So let me backtrack.
It's not been agreed to. There's no plan to build there right now. They may have an application.
I know.
But there's no approval.
Yeah.
So let me say it this way. Sounds like they found a willing landowner that's willing to host them.
Yep.
And they may have a deal that they're talking about in place.
Yeah.
That does not by any means make the township say, okay, go for it. We have given the township, whether it's the Board of Supervisors, Planning Commission, Zoning Hearing Board, staff, whoever, none of us being the township, have said yes. Nobody's approved anything.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm hearing
the
is
main
the
thing.
initial conversation is whether you guys would even participate in this, and I'm glad you're saying you're participating. I'm saying that from our side of things, you got to help us out. You got to oppose this thing.
I understand your comment there. I understand that completely.
Okay. This will go through a full hearing process. As of right now, I believe the applicant just sort of briefly introduced the project. We took down what people in the area were opposed to the application, would like to have party status. And at that time, they committed to doing a balloon test that people reacted to. And now they've been looking around, and that's why they are hopefully going to be giving us the continuance to firm up a date for when they'll be ready to reconvene the hearing. That will allow the opportunity for them to make their case, the township to question them about some of the parameters of what they're looking at, and for all the parties that are in opposition to the application or in support of the application can make their case in front of the zoning hearing board so they can ultimately make their decision. So it is a long process, and that's just where we are right now.
I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening. My name's Leonard McMullen. I live at 394 Twig Lane. I think this is probably the third or fourth time I've had the opportunity to speak with the board on our favorite ongoing topic. And we have had a consistent presence since the first bringing up of the topic, which Dan, I believe you proposed your motion. It was at the March 16th board meeting. And then we went into the April 4th zoning hearing board meeting, which was the first time this topic came up with the zoning hearing board. So it's been 6 months tonight since it started. A lot of us have been on a long journey. And if my count is right, because we've been pretty closely involved, this is now the fourth continuance. So when I've heard about the continuation, John, I had the exact same question. If after 4 attempts to bring this in front of the board, they're not ready to present their position on this, should they withdraw their application and come back and revisit resubmitting it at some other time in the future? Again, maybe that's not possible, but it's something that seems logical. Perhaps logic doesn't rule here, but we have been patient and trying to mount our position on this matter. I will tell you that a number of us that have been involved, we're actively engaged. We're spending thousands of dollars of our own resources, our own time, concerned with this matter because of what you heard: safety, loss in property values, everything that was expressed here this evening. And we need to know that our leadership in the township is with us on this. And being involved, being engaged, taking part of is a great step forward. But I really would like to ask you to really consider the opposition role here. I truly believe that this is not the right location for this. Many people in this room will certainly share that same opinion with you, but it's a journey that I think they're just waiting us out. And the more they continue, the more we're going to spend money. We're going to want to defend our case. And, you know, you heard reference to locations and safety concerns. And if you go over to the synagogue site and you walk it, there's actually 2 locations staked out right now. There's the original location, and then there's one fairly close to the synagogue now, which, if you consider the height of the tower and that second location, and if it were to fall in a straight wind shot, it would actually probably fall pretty close to Stony Hill Road. And that's why you hear a mix of comments tonight, although officially that's not been presented to the township, I believe. And no words come across that we can judge what the situation is. In addition, those of us who've had some privy to the information that's been involved, it's a little bit of a carrot and a stick situation. We'll move it from here to here if you desist or stop opposing our situation. Well, that doesn't feel very good as a resident who moved into the township, who abides by our laws, pays our taxes, bought a piece of land that was zoned as a residential property, and now we're being what feels like strong-armed by, a big Goliath corporation. So we need you. We need you to be engaged in this, be part of this, and take the side of the residents. And I know the precedents of the law you just brought up recently here. And I guess we'll have to look into this and understand what's going on and whether it's being opposed and appealed.
I know Mr. Heleniak, who represents your group, is aware of the case too, so I'm sure he's on top of it as well. So I mean, from a number of perspectives, we'll be able to review that.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Sir, I'm not sure if I understood you. So, if, as everyone else knows, I have a fever, so stuff's going by me too fast. Did you say that someone's been meeting with you and trying to strong arm you into something?
No, I'm not. I'm not
Okay.
insinuating that.
thought
There are conversations going on through parties that as we looked at alternative locations, alternative sightings, that if we found that agreeable, that they would give that stronger consideration over the original positioning. And that just doesn't feel right as a party involved in this. And I'm asking for that to be, we can't have that going on.
It's news to me and it's troubling to me. So thank you for letting me know that.
Yep. So, there's no punches to be pulled here now. We're at some, this is either going to go forward or it's not. And I'm really pleading at this point for the engagement of our leadership in the township. Okay. And going back to, again, the sightings, if you walk the property, you'll see the different sighting locations over there. So thank you very much for the time. I'll allow others to provide.
Tom Meyer. I live on Twig Lane, also resident of the township. I've approached this board on several occasions already, comparing myself to an ancient Roman orator that took every opportunity to oppose an action. And again, I think the idea of putting a 150-foot cell tower in a residential neighborhood is a really bad idea. Now I want to advance this discussion several thousand years. I've spent 40 years in an industry that is intimately involved with the telecommunications industry. Cellular technology has been a turning point in the information age that we experience. No one in this room, I think, opposes the idea of cellular technology. There have been advancing access to the internet. One of the major players in the industry points out something that is called a storm-ready system. The fine print on their advertising and in print actually is the idea to be in range within a tower. So these towers are not going away. With that said, the simplicity of cellular technology is very simple. You can expand the capacity by installing more towers. So the idea is we do need to control locations of these towers. This township has made a considerable investment through hiring engineers to develop overlays for locations of these towers, and that should be followed. Nobody in this opposition group is opposed to information or even is an anti-cell tower person. They just want to see some ideas and logic followed, not to locate them in residential neighborhoods. The township has prudently developed a plan to have this overlay. Continuing on, granting an exception to a company that is not just a Fortune 500 company. It's not even just a Fortune 100 company. It's a Fortune 50 company. They're the 800-pound gorilla in the room. You can't just say, do what you want to do. And I'm hoping that this board will follow through on the motion made to participate in this action and hopefully oppose it as well. And that you hopefully develop a plan that's fair to the township taxpayers. And that's basically what I have to do and say. So thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Fox, and I reside at 417 Stony Hill Road, along with my husband, George Fox, and 3 daughters, Gia, 10 years old, Lena, 8 years old, and Cameron, 4 years old. I wanted to speak today to share our story and why we oppose the construction of the 150-foot plus cell tower being built directly under our home and many others. First, I'd like to start by saying how much we love raising our 3 beautiful daughters here in Lower Makefield. The support we have received from the community, particularly through the schools our children have attended, which are Woodside Christian Preschool, Edgewood Elementary, now St. Ignatius, and it's been nothing short of extraordinary. The dedicated staff, caring parents create an environment that is not only welcoming, but also incredibly supportive. I actively volunteer in these schools, engage in various activities following the participation of mom groups via social media, fundraising, to reciprocate the kindness we have received. For instance, we organized a fundraiser for the Lower Makefield Township Police in 2016, which drew a crowd of 250 guests. We also hosted field trips for my daughter's preschool, also on our property. We live on a very unique and special piece of land, which we enjoy on a daily basis. We are a very active family, primarily engaging in outdoor activities. Family time is something we value more than screen time, overly scheduled school sports also. We have transformed our property over the years to a park-like setting, so finding us enjoying our land is where we mostly spend our time. With my husband's landscaping business also located on site, it's more like a private digger land for the kids. Our 3 girls spend hours playing in the sand pile, riding quads, riding bikes, swimming, catching frogs in our koi pond, painting, coloring, shooting bow and arrows, even reading in our library we built on an old barn converted to a schoolhouse. We take nature walks, gather apples, pears, figs from our trees we planted when we built our home in 2015. Our children aren't screen time dependent on phones and are not tethered to iPads all day. We prioritize physical activity and family time. What I pray and hope for is to just avoid raising my children underneath this towering, giant 150-foot cell tower situated in such close proximity of our home. Imagine planning a camping trip where we frequent often on an island, and you have to pick between one island that has a cell tower and one island that doesn't. Which one are you going to pick? Are you going to pick the one with the cell tower? If the cell tower is permitted to be constructed, you're forcing us to camp under this microwave radiation day in and night and day. I believe that this should be a matter of the choice for the people. Furthermore, we face a significant challenge as our middle child, Lena, has been diagnosed with an exceedingly rare genetic defect. Her diagnosis came in November of 21, though I could not fully engage in her medical journey until a year later as I was dealing with the loss of my brother, who was battling brain cancer and passed away last June. This took a tremendous toll on me, mentally and physically, and I needed time to heal and prioritize my own child's needs. She is one in about 30 people in the world with CSCF syndrome. As the name infers, it affects her heart, her spine, her bones, her joints, hearing, and other aspects of her body. Fortunately, it has no effect on her mental abilities, as she is a joy to be around. This syndrome involves cardiac abnormalities, short stature, delayed and deficient bone development with chronic pain and progressive impairment. Deficient hearing is prominent in the syndrome associated with neoplasms, including lymphoma. This mutation is at the crossroads of inflammation, immunity, and cancer. It took many years and visits to the very best hospitals, including Children's Hospitals of Philadelphia, St. Chris, and Philadelphia, to be diagnosed. She has been seen by every pediatric subspecialist you can imagine and has had extensive testing. We have had many scans, mountains of tests, and have been given a diagnosis. We have been told there is no treatment to be offered. After extensive investigation, we made a trip to Belgium to see the world-renowned endocrinologist, Dr. Hertog. Dr. Hertog is the author of 22 books and has lectured in 32 countries. He is the president of the International Hormone Society and World Society of Anti-Aging Medicine. After consultation with Dr. Hertog, he has given us a treatment plan that has given us tremendous hope for our daughter, for major improvement in her prognosis. We are going through all steps needed to implement this very extensive and complex protocol. In discussion, when we were at his office in Belgium a few months ago, I mentioned the construction of this 150-foot cell tower to be slated to be built 200 yards from our home. So I asked him to give us a letter because I figured maybe this would help our case. Obviously, we don't want this being built. I'm just going to read a short part of the letter, and I can give you all a copy if you want. But the middle part of the letter, he just wrote, her parents informed me that a mobile phone tower 4G is planned to be constructed approximately 200 yards or meters. Having experience and having lectured on health hazards on electromagnetic fields to physician audiences, this distance is too short, insufficiently safe for anyone, and particularly for young children with fragile health. Such near construction will produce excessive electromagnetic fields on her home and inevitably impair her health and compromise the benefits of any treatment to relieve her condition. So as a mother, Mama Bear is very concerned. In discussion with Dr. Hertog and his team, I already said that. One of the major problems with this genetic defect is the inability to properly metabolize calcium. This leads to stunted growth in cardiac conduction defects. Microwave cell radiation is proven to interfere with the metabolism of calcium. This absolutely occurs at levels of exposure that are well below the current SEC guidelines. In addition, it is well known that a child is 10 times more sensitive to radiation due to the smaller size of their thinner skull, undeveloped neural myelin sheaths, and higher water content. None of these factors is addressed by the current standards. Our neighbors are also against this tower. We're all here tonight to fight this and further meetings. But it is being proposed in a residential area less than 200 to 300 feet from our homes and children's bedrooms. We need your help. Please join us as a party in opposition to this tower in a residential area. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my story and consider your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fox. Is there any more public comment?
Yes. I'm Jack Muldowney, 392 Twig Lane, and I don't think there's anything more important than the health of our children and the Fox's daughter. But I know that it's come to the attention of the Board of Supervisors, and you will rely upon counsel regarding a recent Third Circuit case. And I'm a lawyer, but I don't practice in this area. And I was wise enough to get my own counsel to represent me and my group. But the great thing about our age is we can look at the case law right away. So we pulled it up. I pulled it up. It's on the phone. So I'm going to describe this to you. So this is a township. It's White Deer Township. It's located within Bald Eagle State Forest. Because a large portion of the township is in a state forest, there's very little opportunity to put a cell tower in. So there was only one parcel they found. Let me tell you what this parcel is and see whether this sounds like the property we're talking about. It's 1.9 acres and contains 4 improvements: a cabin, a shed, a pavilion, and a privy. Does that sound like any of our properties here? as brought out, there are these houses that are around this property that are in a cul-de-sac, in a couple of different cul-de-sacs, are very valuable houses. And people live there and pay for those houses and have stayed there because it's a very unique place to live. The immediate effect of that would be that it changes that. The tower changes that. Now, there's been talk about 450 feet, 500 feet. The tower, in its original plan, is at the end of my driveway. Now, the immediate effect would be the theoretical drop in my property value. But the reality is, if you're talking about 10% of property reduction, 10 to 20%, you're talking about the surrounding houses losing property values of hundreds of thousands of dollars, 100 to 200,000 or more for each property around us. That is a theft. That is a theft. That's what that is. And we get nothing for it. So we're asking you to participate and hopefully oppose in the future. I don't think there's any harm in your participating. And I think that once you see what's going on here, you'll join with us and oppose it. Thank you.
I'm Tony Manarino, 405 Stony Hill Road. I've been up here before. United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, if you want the hard copy, there it is. Because he's exactly right. That has nothing to do with us. What does have to do with us, however, is, and I'm not a lawyer, what does have to do with us is the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia from 2021, when they ruled against the FCC and told them to go back and revisit their standards, which they've yet not done. But we are in discussions about that. So there's your Third Circuit. Here's your DC Court of Appeals. I'll leave it to the attorneys like Jack to take care of that. I want to congratulate and I want to thank Lisa Fox and George, because that took a lot of courage. We have known about this. Some of us, the neighbors, have known about this for a long time. And in my bag, I have a folder on Lena that's about 1.5 inches thick, and that's only part of her folder. So 1 of 6 children in the United States. This tower will decimate her. But it'll decimate the deci's children and any other child that's within at least 500 meters of this tower, and actually more than that. And somebody said earlier, we're not opposed to towers. We're not. We're fine with a tower. We have our cell phones. I carry mine in a radio frequency protective bag, but I'm a little bit extreme. I've been looking at this kind of stuff since the 70s. I'm an old guy. So we're not opposed to the tower. It just does not belong within reach of a child's bedroom. As a physician, you know, we deal a lot with the pharmaceutical companies. So you have Verizon's a big, nasty company. The pharmaceutical companies are way worse. They're much, much nastier and meaner to deal with. Anybody hear of OxyContin? We've all heard of OxyContin, right? Oxycodone, right? It's killed somewhere in between 300 to 500,000 people. It's tough to get real numbers. But it's a narcotic, but it had great marketing, beautiful marketing. They used to come to the office and say, oh, your patient scratched your eye, give him OxyContin, it's great. It's not addictive. They had the best sales reps. They gave out the best, you know, boxes of pretzels or whatever. It was a very efficient company, and they managed to convince everybody, all the physicians, which I'm ashamed to say, that OxyContin was not addictive. It had a very tiny, tiny profile of addiction. And so, you know, some of us went back and we said, well, what's that based on? It wasn't true. OxyContin is one of the most addictive substances in the planet. Yeah. 300,000 to 500,000 people dead, 100,000 people a year dying now from narcotics overdose. And I'm getting to the cell tower from this point of view. But what was it based on? Where were the studies saying that OxyContin was safe. Here it is. 8 sentences in a letter to the editor to the New England Journal. It doesn't even have to do with OxyContin. It's 2 other narcotics. And the letter was written by 2 people, a physician and nurse, saying, hey, we looked at a bunch of charts and we found out that the addiction level was low. Based on that, Purdue Pharma went out and sold millions of scripts for OxyContin. This was the research that was based on. Why is that important? Here's the research that the cell tower standards are based on. Nobody digs into this. Nobody reads it. Nobody finds it. Everybody says, oh, it's your cell phone. It's safe. By the way, if you have an iPhone 12, trade it in because it's been recalled in France for excessive radiation. iPhone 12. So the studies that are the basis for cell tower, cell phone radiation safety standards are called the Delors studies. There's about 3 or 4 of them. Here's the first one, 5 monkeys. 5. Here's the second one by the Naval Aerospace Medical Research Laboratory. 4 monkeys. Here's one with 5 monkeys of one variety and 2, maybe 1 or 2 squirrel monkeys, and then some rats. This is it. If Verizon wants to send somebody in here and argue with me about it, please let them do that, because I have an entire library at home of the basic studies, the studies from NASA, from the EPA, from the Air Force, going back to the 60s and 70s and so on. So we are now taking this to the next level. We're reporting this. We're pushing back on the DC Circuit Court of Appeals, and we're going to hold their feet to the fire, and they're going to need to go back and evaluate the safety standards, which were based on studies from 1982 on less than a dozen monkeys and a handful of rats that have nothing to do with the knowledge and information that we have now. This is a carcinogen, and we know it. It's been listed by the World Health Organization as a carcinogen. You have a child here that's prone to cancer, and now we're going to irradiate her. That's an American with Disabilities Act claim. And we will be contacting the Department of Justice because they're the ones that handle that stuff. I don't know how to do this. We'll find out. So it's not going to end here. Don't let people scare you, and don't let people give you the refrain, oh, you don't have the authority. Yeah, you have the authority. Yeah, we're Lower Makefield. You know, we're not some bogus little town somewhere in the middle of nowhere. We're Lower Makefield. I mean, besides myself, I live with a nurse. George and Lisa are very educated people. You just saw that. Len McMullen that got up, and his wife, Inez, organic PhD chemists. Len did postgraduate work at MIT and Harvard. I got 2 lawyers next to that. I got 2 pharmacists next to that. I have 2 financial analysts. We're not going away. And we will dig and dig and dig. So join us. Join us in opposition, because this is not going to stop. And there are people that say, well, look, you know, it's a not in my backyard. Right. It's not in my backyard or anybody else's backyard. Because I'm willing to help, and I think some of my neighbors are willing to help anybody whose backyard's being threatened by this monstrosity. It's not just ugly. I said when we first met, I said, I don't care if they erect a statue of Elvis. That doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is the poison that comes off this thing at this distance. At this distance. You know, so we have to mitigate where these things are placed. We need them. We're not opposed to them. We want them, but they have to be placed in a safe location. And we have the authority. Verizon approached Bristol Borough not that long ago, a few months ago, and they said, we want to put a cell tower on your ballpark. And Bristol Borough, they sat there and they looked at each other. Bristol Borough's a lot less formal, and they just said, no, get out. And they did. Are we afraid that we're going to be taken to court? Let them take us to court. I personally am going to enjoy that. They can't sue the town. They can't do that. They can't even come after the town for legal fees, right? So don't be afraid. Protect us, help protect us. We'll help protect others. Let's work together, and please come on board. Thank you for coming on board, but come on board in opposition. Thank you.
Tony, sir. Hi. Before you step back, you referenced the DC Circuit Court of Appeals case. Selco versus White Deer is in the record of the minutes because it was referenced specifically. Would you mind just referencing the specific name of the case for the record?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
That's United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, decided August the 13th of 2021, number 20-1025. Environmental Health Trust versus the Federal Communications Commission, and the Federal Communications Commission's lost.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And one last thing, if I'd like to leave with all of you, when we talk about standards, here's the standards, just to show you how ridiculous it is. This first column and second column are the United States and Japan, the most lenient standards in the world. You could see 10 watts per meter square. That's basically popcorn popping level. Next is Australia, Greece. Look at India. They just reduced their standards by 90%. China is down to 1. Russia, Italy, Switzerland, and most of Europe, down to 1. We're not talking a tiny difference here. This is a massive difference. That's how outdated our standards are. And we're going to fix this. We're going to continue to attack. I don't know about our group, but the group I'm involved with, we're not stopping.
Thank you, sir. We do have another resident standing right behind you who'd like to comment. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Just as a reminder, please state your name and whether or not you're a resident.
Hi, Laura Kazar, 380 Flint Court. So this is the first time I've gotten to speak I was on a Zoom last time because I just got done work. I'm a hairdresser. I've rescheduled my days. How many times? 4 times to come to a meeting so that I could be here. The cell tower will be right behind my house. My anxiety is through the roof over this. Like, my husband survived cancer when he was 3 years old. I have 2 boys who, one of which may live with me forever because they may get married and live with us. I have I put my cat down today. So I'm a wreck. I had all my notes ready to go. I've been sitting there with my clients having to listen to this meeting all night. My client got to hear everything because this is very important to me. You have to get on board and help us. I don't want this in my backyard. I don't want this in anybody's backyard. Asbestos, they used asbestos a long time ago. They found out that it was dangerous and they banned it. We can't have a cell phone tower behind my house. But, and if they're going to put it in that other area that they marked off, that's still behind my house. And if they're going to do that, then I want to see another balloon, but it's still behind my house. What he just said, you have to support us. You have to say no. I don't know why it got turned down at Brookside, but if Brookside was going to get money from it, now the synagogue is going to get money from it. I don't know if I'm not versed in this. All I do is cut hair, but we have water runoff that comes down my front yard. I was going to video it the other day to show everybody. My husband said, that's silly. They don't care about that. I care about it. I have a sinkhole. If you all remember me from last meeting, I talked about my sinkhole. The township came out and told me that it wasn't bad enough to fix yet. They fixed it twice and it's sinking again because the water puddles in front of my driveway that when it rains, just a little rain, I can't get to my mailbox. I have to walk around to get to my mailbox. And I don't come and complain about that because I don't complain about little things. It's not the little things that matter like that to me. Like this is major. I mean, I just can't imagine that any of you would want this in your backyard. I had all my notes written. I had other things I wanted to say, but you know, like the synagogue, has the synagogue been here to talk? So, I mean, they used to have parties. Like I can hear music really loud. We enjoy them being behind us because we don't have houses behind us, but we hear their loud music. That's fine. My son plays the drums. I've had the police called on my son for playing the drums too loud by my previous neighbor. I don't like that. Like, really? Like, that doesn't matter. But the synagogue isn't thinking about us, clearly. They don't care. They don't know me. I mean, they don't care that this is in my backyard. And I plan on living there for forever. That's my forever home. But why should I make it my forever home if I'm going to have this behind my house? My husband survived cancer. We were just married for 30 years last week. I want to live there forever. You have to do something. You have to. I'm begging you. I'm not technical, but I'm begging you to please, please, please. I mean, there's no reason why you shouldn't get on board and help us. There's so many places. Put it on township property so we can get the tax benefit. That's it. Like I said, I had notes, but you have to do this. And seriously, now I booked myself out for October 17th. I didn't take clients that night. I stopped at 5 o'clock so I can get home, feed my children, and then come here. Now I found out that that's not going to happen. I'm booked out till Christmas. I've been doing hair for 36 years. And I canceled my clients 4 times. 4 times. You know how much money I lost? My husband's on disability. You have to do something. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a new motion?
Sorry, Susan, I didn't hear you.
I wasn't sure if there was a new motion.
Yeah.
Nothing, not
You're
yet.
welcome to make a new motion. I'll wait.
Still going through public comment.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm wondering if someone wants to make a motion.
Well, I just had a quick question actually for our solicitor. So I guess you were part of this board that opposed the application at Brookside.
Vaguely remember that years ago. Yes, it was like 08, 09, something like
So
that.
was there an advantage to opposing the application during this time of the process versus maybe later in the process, or I think
I think once you're there in the room and you're actively participating, then that's really the most important thing, because you're asking. Well, my partner Barbara Kirk would be asking questions and along with the other counsel, putting the applicant to the test and that kind of thing. So
if the will of the board is to oppose the application at a future date, does it hurt us from any leverage standpoint to do that now, or does that?
I don't think practically it makes a difference, although I think some people might disagree. If it sends a different message, if that's what the board wants to do, that's entirely up to you. Now, you also, we haven't consulted entirely with the Cohen Law Group yet, but I still think that's, if they get their marching orders to oppose, I'm sure they will do with their level best to do that.
Well, and I think in light of the new information that's being presented to us as far as the standing case that would happen out in Bald Eagle State Park, how that really isn't comparing apples to apples in our situation. I mean, we were under the impression that there was precedent set that, you know, towers of this.
I
James,
get
if I
the,
could jump in there for a second.
Oh,
So
I'm
if,
sorry.
I don't want to get into a discussion about law,
Sure.
right? But it's not so much the facts per se, but the court then issues rules or tests.
Mhm.
And it's those rules or tests that have been guiding us.
Right.
So I get it that we're nothing like Whitetail, you know, but
Yeah,
the
the-
rules will still apply. But with
Yeah.
all that being said, is there a new motion or should we get back to public comment?
I'd like to just ask, if I may, one question of the solicitor,
Sure.
and I may want to make an amendment to the motion before us. So, you know, my objective in participating was to finally have a conversation with Verizon, right? To finally sit at a table and talk to them, because their marketing is all about small cell 5G,
Mhm.
which advertises small units placed on lamp posts and things like that, not 150-foot towers behind a dense residential area. So I think my question to you is it appropriate, is a motion to participating with Verizon going to get them to have a conversation? Or are we going to get a more effective conversation by just opposing and telling them to come at this a different way?
It's, there are some conversations I think already occurring. I think the message that you, certainly by participating, they know that all of a sudden you're going to have somebody literally at the table. Now, opposing it sends, I guess, the next stronger message, the strongest message you can send.
So I don't think I've heard a resident stand up in support. And I think that ultimately our job is to represent the interests of the residents. And I'd like to make a friendly. I'd like
Want to amend the motion to oppose.
I'd like to amend the motion to oppose.
And who had,
I would, yes, I would accept that amendment.
okay. And was there who seconded originally?
I
You
originally.
did. Okay. I want to make sure I had that. Okay.
You made the
I
motion,
made the motion.
and then he's second.
Right. Okay. So now it's being amended by the mover and the person who seconded with that new standard.
So,
And now there's board comment.
yeah, so question. When we were looking at the Frank Ferry law at the state level and some of the other elements, the advice we were given was that opposing it could provide unnecessary litigation risk, whereas participation would not. If you're comfortable that we don't have excessive litigation risk, then I'm okay with opposing. What I want to kind of stress for folks, and this is where it gets frustrating, everything you brought out, all of your concerns are stuff that are driven at federal level where we get dictated to about how things work, right? So it's either state law or the FCC. And so every time someone says, well, you know, it's horrible the FCC allows this level of radiation. Okay, we can't change that. It's horrible that a judge basically rolled over for a very large company. We can't solve that. But what I would say is we are dealt a very difficult judiciary who doesn't always see things with common sense lens. And some of those folks who are judges, quite frankly, were appointed by people that some of you may have elected. And a lot of those, like the frustration that we have here is, you don't think we wouldn't want to be able to have more control over how this works? We definitely do. And if you're telling me it's an acceptable risk, then you'll have I would think a 5-0 vote, but we've had variations of what we could and could do. And so we're struck kind of negotiating with ourselves. And that's where I have a bit of a frustration around this.
No, I understand that. And I think actually, and again, I haven't had conversations with the Cohen Law Group because technically I have a conflict. So I can only tell you that generally speaking, opposition is going to send us the strongest message possible. Is that going to embroil you in more litigation than you would if you participated? Not necessarily, because if this matter goes to zoning hearing board, if they issue a decision adverse to the interests of these folks, it'll be appealed. And there'll be plenty of parties who'll be participating in that as well.
And we could oppose at that time.
And we could too. Now, the question is going to be how much do we want to participate to help make the record? Because the record for the hearing is done at the zoning hearing board. It's rare
Right.
that the courts will rarely have the record either amended or somehow changed after it goes up there. It's very rare that that happens. So the importance of having somebody here or in this room with the zoning hearing board is to make sure that the record has all the issues fleshed out as you want to have them. And, you know, because everybody has a slightly different perspective, and the township may have slightly, while it certainly has the residents' interest in mind, it may also have more policy interest in mind too, that may want to present at the zoning hearing board. So with doing that, it's important to have somebody in the room to do that. And I certainly think my partner, Barbara Kirk, has had more zoning hearing board experience than just about any attorney in this county, both representing the zoning hearing board and also being before them. So she knows what to do, I think, in that situation. If she were here, but it's
It's your current belief that this would be, that the litigation risk is de minimis if we were to oppose it this time?
Well, I don't want to say de minimis. I think it's the same whether you participate or you oppose. I think that's my answer.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I don't. I guess I probably didn't articulate it well enough. Whatever happens, if it does go to a hearing, I'm still of the mind that I think Verizon is trying to find a way out. Maybe Pollyannish about that. I hope I'm not. However, you want to be prepared to go forward. If you do, you know, having your strongest case is the best way to go. I mean, that's really, I think, what everybody's talking about here. So
okay.
Okay. So with that, should we call the question? No?
Before we do that, I will in a second. If on the unlikely chance that we have some litigation and that costs money, just know we're spending that money, and so everybody understands that, right? Okay. Okay, hold on. Oh, hey, no interruptions, right? What I'm trying to explain to folks is that there'll be a whole different set of folks who are complaining, you're wasting my taxpayer dollars on this litigation. So I want you to understand that we're making a decision here, right? We're taking a risk that you're saying is reasonable. And I'm going to accept that. And we're all, I would think, all going to say yes. But I just want folks to be prepared for that there will be a potential downside. And if there is a potential downside, I want all of you back, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But I want you to understand, I want all of you back. If we'll have your back, you have our back, we're cool. We cool? Call the question.
And I do think you have the Cohen Law Group is very experienced across the Commonwealth in these cases. So that, you know, you've retained somebody who really knows what they're doing.
Yeah, we brought in the wolf from Pulp Fiction.
Right.
So
Having never seen that movie, I will call the question.
Yeah.
All those in favor of the amended motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Is there any more public comment? I just want to say it's 10:37 and the Phillies are winning 7-0.
Did we have a dog bark in favor too? Is that what I heard?
If there's no further public comment, nothing on the line?
Do you have a few callers online?
Excellent. Bring the first one in, please.
Will do. Mike, you are live with the board.
Mike, just state your full name and state whether you're a resident of Lower Makefield, please.
This is Mike Rossi, resident of Lower Makefield, 390 Twig Lane. Thank you very much for the vote to oppose. And I've spoken in front of the board before. And Solicitor Truelove, I apologize last time for calling you by a different last name, but I do appreciate it.
It was.
I even heard about that.
It was not a problem. It created a great deal of humor in my household. I'll just say that. So, in a good way.
I'm sure it did. So I appreciate the Board of Supervisors support on this. And I do want to state a few things and then ask a few requests of the board as well. So again, we know this is an R3 high density residential zone and would like the board to continue the opposition and fight as hard as you can for us the neighbors around it, as well as the community. We have telecommunication overlay zones and commercial properties where this can go and align to what our zoning plan is and our overall community plan. I'd like for the board, my request for the board on this is to put a request to Verizon to understand which current cell towers they are using that already exist in and around the township, and where they have not placed one, that they could place one, and what that would look like from an overall coverage in the community. Verizon's marketing, and it was mentioned before about small cell and 5G, they also market that they have 100% coverage in Lower Makefield Township in both 5G and LTE. So if you look at their website, they're already claiming 100% coverage. So this is, again, just expanded capacity. The second thing is, in no disrespect to John Lewis, but we're not asking him or this board or anybody in our township to change federal law or to challenge federal law. We're asking you to take the information that we do know and apply your common sense to that in opposing the zoning change on this property that would allow this tower as well as other towers to go up on this property. The zoning change will be a change for the property. It would not preclude them from putting up a second or third tower. We see it in other areas where there are multiple towers on the same property. So what they're requesting, using the design, is one tower. But once that zoning change comes in and allows for it, there's nothing stopping them from going forward and putting additional towers or elevating above the 150 feet, which they're allowed to do once the tower is up. So going back to another thing, and this will be a request as well, is the current water runoff from 375 Stony Hill onto our property is horrendous. I've already called the township and asked them to look at the property and come out and look at the overall water runoff situation. Right now, the water runoff, the drainage basins are non-functional, non-maintained, and neglected. So my ask is for the township to spend time on that property and resolve the issue. Already it's a building and a large parking lot that only exists in the residential zone through a variance or a special exemption to put it there. And the water runoff is not being handled by the current drainage system. Additional 2,500 square feet of impervious ground will not make it better, it will make it worse. So my next request to the supervisors is that we send somebody out there and we get an assessment of that property, regardless of whether this tower goes up or not, to fix the overall water runoff situation. So, you know, the last request I have, and it comes in and around the appearance of what this looks like with the recused solicitor Flagger from the zoning board being a member of the congregation and another member of the zoning board that's a member of the congregation. I'd like this board to put a request in and ask if Solicitor Flagger was giving legal advice to the synagogue while he was solicitor representing our zoning board on zoning matters to get this onto that property. And I think it's only fair for the residents to know if he was acting as an attorney for the synagogue at the same time he was representing the interests of the people as the solicitor of the zoning board. That's all I have, aside from one other thing. A house just sold last month on Twig Lane for $1.15 million. So $1.1 million. That house is 300, 400, 500 yards away from the synagogue property. Understanding all of the properties between that and the synagogue that'll have an impact of 10 to 20% on $1.1 million properties is a blow to this community, because again, there's no house that will not go after a reassessment to get that reduced according to what's coming. And I know me personally, I will look for somebody to, as Jack said, the theft that would occur of the property values, somebody needs to pay for that. And somebody will have to pay for that as we go forward. So I appreciate it. I don't want to take up any more time, but they are my requests of this zoning board or this solicitor's board to go after and get some additional information for us moving forward. Thank you.
Cheryl, you're now live with the board.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Duffy. I live on Flint Court in Lower Makefield and directly affected by this tower. I appreciate everyone's consideration in being proactive on this. My question for the group is, what was the opposition when, I think I heard that the township opposed putting a cell tower at Brookside. Could someone explain to me what that opposition was and why it was done?
If I remember correctly, and again, it's been quite a while, I believe it had to do with the fact its proximity to residential neighborhoods. That's my recollection.
Okay.
Addition, yeah, I can add a little bit to that. It's partially that. It's also the swim club also is surrounded by, at least on publicly available mapping, not actually boots on the ground, forested wetlands, and a stream runs fairly close. So there are some other natural resources that were in pretty close proximity to the proposed location, in addition to its proximity to the residences. So it was a combination of items.
I guess my comment to that is our homes are as important as those lands. And I would like everyone to consider that the proximity to homes, to wetlands, my home is as important to me and to the entire community as those wetlands.
Mrs. Duffy,
And I think the township has.
The board did
I'm
vote
sorry,
to
go ahead.
oppose. The board did vote to oppose tonight. You know that.
Yes, and that was tonight. And I guess the question is why it is taking so long for that to happen. My other question for the board is, has there been any look into other locations within the township that could be recommended to Verizon as alternative sites? There's lots of rumors that go around near the water tower by ShopRite, public land by other towers. Has the township looked at other locations to recommend to Verizon as alternatives?
The township has a zoning overlay that was done years ago specific to where the township recommends, but really it's a zoning overlay where the township would prefer, for lack of a better term, to put cell phone towers. So that's on the books. That is publicly available. Those are on maps. And I would assume it's been shared with Verizon, should be well aware of it, given all these conversations. Whether they choose to do that is kind of in their court. Obviously, we would like to communicate with them more. As you've heard tonight, there's been probably a lack of conversation, not for lack of trying. We have overlays for a reason. We have zoning for a reason, because that's where we think certain development should go, whether it's commercial, residential, or something else. So that's where the township policy-wise would like things to go. It's up to Verizon or any other cell phone carrier to actually do that. And they, as everyone here knows, they don't always follow that, and they try different approaches to see what they can get through the system. And that's this
Well,
right now is the
I just
system
want
working.
to say I do appreciate the decision to take a position of opposition on this tonight. And I'm a 44-year resident on Flint Court, and would like to see the community maintained as a purely residential area without anything like cell towers or anything that jeopardizes not only the value of our properties, but the quality of our lives here. So I appreciate any efforts in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no more public comment online.
I think we're done with that topic.
Madam Chair, you're on mute.
Oh, thank you, Colin. We're good then, right? We're moving on to the next agenda
Yes.
item.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for your participation, and have a good evening. So that brings us to agenda item number 10A, the manager's report.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just a few items under my section of the agenda tonight. Item 10A relates to what we talked about previously regarding budget workshops and special meetings to be scheduled as part of your review and discussion on the 2024 budget. The previous calendar that I had provided noted October the 25th and November the 8th as dates for special meetings, again, for purposes of reviewing and discussing the budget. We're going to proceed with advertising those, or we're prepared to proceed with advertising those. And so prior to doing that, just wanted to circle back and make sure that those dates are still good for the board, and then also discuss start time, because we didn't discuss that. So I open that up for your discussion.
Dates are good for me. Everybody else, the date's still good for you, Colin? You may not know about those dates, so.
I am checking my schedule. I will be out of the country at some point in November. It does not conflict with those workshops.
Okay, and then
we've discussed it. The 25th. I haven't been able to. I will be traveling on the 25th back from a meeting out of state. I think I'm going to Chicago that week, but that's a travel day, so I'm trying really hard to get back in time. So the only preference I have with that, it would be similar to a normally scheduled meeting rather than an earlier meeting to more window for travel.
Is it something that we can pivot tonight and get a date that's better for you? I don't want to lose everybody, but is the 26th?
The 26th would work for me, but I think others may have a conflict that evening. But
I have a conflict on the 26th, the evening of 26th. Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess because we have, a time frame that we have to move through. And I'm assuming that if you're coming back to 25th, you're in Chicago on the 24th, so that doesn't work.
23rd as well.
Friday night budget and pizza party on the 27th.
Friday before Halloween. Oh no, Halloween is a Tuesday. Okay.
So Dan, just in terms of time, you're saying a 7:30 start? Are you saying a 6:30 start, consistent with sort of when you typically start executive session? What are your thoughts?
My preference would be on the later side, just because these aren't short flights.
Okay.
That is correct, but obviously.
Come on, Chicago's a short flight. You sit next to Colin.
We hope. No, obviously, I push this too late, and I'm going to do my dangest to get back.
So what if, again, there could be a difference. You could do the 25th at 7:30 and the 8th at 6:30. I just want to make sure that you have adequate time. Again, there we can, perhaps have some discussion at your regular scheduled meetings, but just in terms of focus sort of discussion.
So we have a normal Board of Supervisors meeting first, right?
On my birthday.
Correct, on November, yep.
First and 15th. So the 8th is just basically splitting. It's an open date, right?
It's an open.
I don't think I have and the 7th is election day, so it'll be back. So we might be a little tired, but that's okay.
7:30, we can do it again. It's up to you. We just need to advertise these meetings.
Earlier on the 8th would probably be better for everybody, right?
Yeah, just not too early. That's all.
Yeah.
6:30, 6:30.
6:30
I
on the
don't
8th?
want to speak for everyone. What do you?
That works.
Okay. So just to make sure, so we're talking about the 25th at 7:30 and then November the 8th so the 25th of October, I'm sorry, and then November the 8th at 6:30 for purposes of the special meetings related to the budget review and discussion. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well,
Do we need a motion for that? Because
I
of
just
the
want to
time?
confirm, because I did hear Colin, maybe in Jess, suggest the 27th. So is the 27th, which is a Friday night, better overall than the 25th?
That wouldn't be available that night.
Okay.
Dave, this be something that could be segmented? Like if you can't participate in one, you can catch up on the other, or do you need to be at both?
I mean,
It'll be recorded.
it would be recorded, yeah. I mean, again, the subject matter in theory would be different in terms of, departmental review or whatever it may be. So yeah, you would have the ability to be updated on that, I think, if you were
Unable to attend?
unable to attend.
Actually, that's a great question. So are you, the structure of the meetings? What do you envision for the structure of the meetings? Are you looking at going through XY BBC departments on one meeting?
It'll probably be, sort of functionally,
Yeah.
Okay.
Dates
organized.
first, and then we'll worry about structure.
Well, I'm just, to James's question, will there be some redundancies where you might not miss as much? But it sounds like there won't be, so you could miss more and have less of an opportunity to
I would
participate in.
I would
Okay,
think
but right
just-
now, we've landed on dates that everybody's available. You're gonna make early travel flights and you're gonna be back, or you're gonna miss maybe 10 minutes of it or something like that.
Yeah,
So,
no, I'm not, I'm thinking more about James's question. I think it was a good
yeah,
question.
no, but I think we can take
Something-
that offline 10:55, please.
So I would say that it's probably going to be organized around functional area. So that's not suggesting that you can't go back to those items, obviously, but in terms of presentation purpose, I think the intent would be to, go through one area. And then again, not restricting your ability to go back, but it's not going to be the same presentation two nights or two separate dates in a row.
Understood.
So to the extent that you wanted to physically be present, have the ability to, I mean, again, you can pose your questions independent of these, obviously. I mean, this isn't just this, but this is just an opportunity for you to discuss as a body.
25th and the 8th it is.
Okay.
Gracias.
So 25th and the 8th, 7:30 on the 25th, 6:30 on the 8th. Is that what I'm hearing?
Excellent.
All right.
Cold, sorry.
Sounds
I
good.
heard pizza.
Sounds- All right, pizza it is. It is, do they want to, I
I mean,
mean,
if they want to make.
if you want to make a motion, you can. I don't know that you have. to.
Probably not necessary, but if you want, it's a belt and suspenders approach, probably doesn't hurt.
So if you want to make a motion to that effect.
I'll make a motion to have a meeting on the 25th at 7:30 and on the 8th at 6:30.
Second,
I'll second.
Oh, I thought.
I literally seconded it. So James made the motion, Suzanne seconded it.
There you go.
Any comment from the board?
Nope.
Any public comment?
Not in the room.
25th, good for you guys? Pizza. Thank you.
Hearing none. Motion,
Pass that.
all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Sounds good. Thank you. The next relates to a request that we received from an adjoining property owner about the potential of purchasing a portion of a parcel that the township owns, that there's a sanitary sewer pumping station located on. He's requested consideration to purchase approximately 0.68 acres from the noted parcel. Again, we don't have the ability to just sort of unilaterally negotiate with a property owner, and given that the value of the property is in excess of $6,000, it would require us to go through a bidding process to solicit bids in the event that the township was interested in potentially subdividing a portion of the lot that the township owns. Yeah, that's where the Stackhouse pumping station is. The lot does my understanding has an existing conservation easement on the lot. So in terms of development potential, there is, no development potential contemplated. It would just simply be, and to the extent that, and you can speak to this, Dave, but my understanding is to the extent that he is the successful bidder, at that point, you could probably process a lot line change of some sort, right? It would be a little bit more abbreviated process. But again, there would be a process in order to do that. In terms of the function of the pumping station, it would have no impact on the functioning of the pumping station. The pumping station would remain with its separate drive onto the lot that Aqua needs access to for purposes of operating the sanitary system. In addition, I wasn't able to pull the conservation easement. Jim was able to pull something, but we need to confirm that the conservation easement was actually recorded. It's being reflected on a plan at this point. But irrespective of that, to the extent that you're inclined to do this, I would recommend that conservation easement, if it is recorded, be looked at to make sure it's sufficient. And to the extent that it's not, you can apply a conservation easement prior to the transfer of the property. Again, if the township was so inclined. So, if the board is interested in pursuing that, again, this is the process that we would have to go through.
What's his motivation? Why does he want to buy?
He owns the adjacent residential lot. I think his address is 20 Mayland. It was just we would just add to the lot and
Yeah.
so he's just looking at cleaning. There's some wooded. It's all wooded. So there's some tree growth on there that probably needs to be maintained, and so he's just interested in cleaning it up. And he did talk about trying to create some access to the canal as well. Because
are we establishing valuation?
Yeah, so we did. Yeah, we had an appraisal done.
Oh, it's already done.
Yeah, it's done.
Okay.
So the value of the restricted property was something like $6,500. Again, that would be we would obviously there's process related costs as well. So you could establish a reserve on that and incorporate that into the document.
I got to pay our transfer tax. 650.
Again, all of that would be negotiable, I'm sure.
Yeah.
If the board was inclined.
I'll be honest, I genuinely have no interest in selling township-owned open space to a private landowner that wants to create access to the canal, because then we lose all ability to control.
Is that what
open
that
space
is,
there.
that spot?
Yeah, it's township open space.
No, but I'm saying it has access to the canal right there.
Well, if he owns the, he's right up on it.
Adjacent to the canal.
Jim, thanks for sharing that. So that is the canal on the northeast? Yes. Okay. Jim's indicating yes.
But yeah, I appreciate what he wants to do, but I have no interest in selling open space. I'd rather, it's a wooded lot. We want to keep it a wooded lot, whether he thinks it's pretty or not. It has function ecologically as a wooded lot. Even if trees may come down, we can
orient everybody to the northern part of Stackhouse where it's kind of back. Malon comes off of that over out to the Yardley Borsal Road.
We looked at this lot a lot. Back when we were doing back when I was our sewer authorities liaison, because that's when we were looking at Stackhouse Pump Station. So I've been back there many times. It's kind of steep going back in there too, but I just have no interest in selling township open space for something like this.
Is there an option, Dave, to talk about giving him like a right of way? Just a small, narrow right of way for some transactional costs? I'm not quite sure what the issue is. And at the same time, I kind of like with Dan, like Monopoly, I buy everything and hold on to it for dear life. But if there's some compromise we can come to, perhaps that's the answer.
Certainly approach him with that to see what he would like. Not that again we have to go in that direction, but if there's some way to accommodate him, I don't know if he needs an easement then. I mean, I don't know, an easement within the easement. No, again, I'm not suggesting that. I'm not.
No, I hear you. It just doesn't.
So.
Is there, well, I know we've been discussing, we don't really have a motion.
There's no motion on the floor at this point. And if you don't want to pursue the motion, then direct
Correct, yeah. We'll just communicate with the property owner that the township is not interested in,
Property owner 2308 Stackhouse next door.
I believe it's 20 Malin.
Oh, 20 Malin. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, which
So it's
he would essentially square the lot off. If, again, assuming that he's the successful bidder, there would be others that would obviously have.
20
the ability.
Malin is owned by 20 Malin Drive LLC.
Yeah.
In addition to.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a motion?
Well, we could just make a motion to direct the township manager to indicate our preference for not continuing discussions about selling that property.
Like that motion. I'll second that one.
Okay.
That's a motion.
So, motion made by John, seconded by Dan. Any further discussion? All those in any public comment?
Not in the room.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll make sure to communicate that to the requester. The next item is consideration to accept a proposal from RVE for environmental services, which is additional soil sampling for the Patterson Farm property. Again, the proposal was in your packet. Isaac, I don't know if you want to sort of go over sort of why you're recommending the township pursue this based on the previous sampling that that obviously we did on the property.
Yeah, sure thing. The test results that were done earlier this year identified that the site testing was complete except for one location, proximate to the former residential dwelling on that farmstead. So this would be to just kind of finish with this one additional location to really complete the full extent of the testing. And the proposed fee for that is $2,750 to complete that last location identified.
Quick question before we make a motion. Is there any, do you see any potential for additional samples being required after this? If you sample here and they all come back hot, as we would say, right? Would you have to expand your sample area, you think?
We don't expect there would be anything after this last one.
These are largely vertical, right? It's trying to determine depth, right, of the contaminated soil in part, right? Is that what I understand?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And then just cover this final location.
So again, Colin, just to provide some background, so part of the prior discussion regarding Patterson Farm had to do with the environmental remediation and so forth. And so in order to sort of define the area and sort of scope of the needed remediation, the thought was to do this testing to have better definition of that scope. Otherwise, if we're transferring, the risk to a contractor to do it, they may not price as competitively, obviously, because there's more uncertainty. So this is creating additional certainty for purposes of a potential respondent to do the environmental remediation.
And Isaac was just about to state why this location wasn't sampled previously, and I just wanted to hear you finish that thought.
Well, the original kind of parameters was, the scope of testing for that lead contamination or the lead impacted soil. With those tests completed, it was determined this additional kind of location should be part of that to kind of pull out the report.
Right.
And that's why it's one more spot to take a look at.
Okay.
Given it's past 11, I would like to make a motion to authorize acceptance of the proposal from RVE for environmental services. There you go.
Motion made by Dan, seconded by John. Any discussion by the board? Any public comment? Hearing none. Call the question. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye, raising your hand.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And then the final item before you is a resolution under my section of the agenda 23-24, which would authorize me to execute a revised winter service maintenance agreement with PennDOT. Derek, I don't know if you want to provide background. As I understand it, it's just increasing the
administrative. Typically, we were in a 5-year agreement term with PennDOT for winter maintenance. The major road that we had at that time was Dolington Road, about 7.11 lane miles of winter service maintenance. PennDOT revisited their fee structure and determined to give the municipalities more money actually. So we had to cancel our contract and start a new service agreement with them to get the higher fee to provide snow maintenance. In addition to that, we actually took on an additional road, Oxford Valley Road in front of Edgewood Road, which we kind of always maintained, but weren't getting compensated for. So we just memorialized that and we're getting compensated for that too for the next 5 years.
There a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by James, seconded by Dan, I think.
Yes.
Okay, any discussion by the board? Any public comment? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Derek, for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to Mr. Truelove's report.
Yes, briefly. First, we had an executive session that started at 6:30 tonight. All board members, along with Mr. Kratzer, Chief Coluzzi, and myself were present at the executive session. Items related to litigation, informational items, and collective bargaining were discussed at the executive session, which concluded just before this meeting started, which was apparently around 7:30, so a few hours ago. 2 resolutions before you under my report. They are actually related to one another. They both relate to the corners. One's the northwest corner and one is the northeast corner of Big Oak and Makefield Roads, where signals are hopefully going to be installed at some point. You'll note that the first resolution is condemnation of a portion of property at 812 Big Oak Road. That will be where the service station is. The other one is the accepting deed of easement for traffic signal and other related improvements at the intersection, same intersection. That's the northeast corner of St. John the Evangelist Church. The difference is that St. John's is accepting our appraisal and the service station is not, hence we have to proceed to condemnation. So hopefully that's a sufficient explanation as to why there's a difference, but actually the same goal is for both. So I would ask that the board consider motion to approve first resolution 2325 about the condemnation of a portion of property at 812 Big Oak Road. And then
There a motion?
Moved.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the motion maker?
Supervisor McCartney.
Thank you.
Supervisor Grender made the motion. Supervisor McCartney was the second.
Thank you. Any comment by the board?
Quick question, Dave. This is nuance here, but when I'm reading I'm looking at 2325, the third whereas. Should we amend that to say PennDOT instead of PADOT to be more consistent with how they shorten up with
We can do that. That's not a problem.
Yeah. But so one of these is the landowner is.
We're just on the first one, Dan. Don't go to the.
So this one's friendly?
No, condemnation, they're not friendly.
This one's not.
They're not.
I'm sorry. Again, it's
I'll put, they're not agreeing to it. It's not hostile, but they're just not agreeing to the number, even though we've already offered the amount for the easement number, which is what is to say they basically the same amount on the other side of the road that the church is agreeing to. So that's
who's got what and wants what.
And there is an existing signal there, so there's already. It's not as if it's a new signal.
We just need a little more room for the upgraded signals.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this for a while.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Any other board comment? Any public comment?
No.
Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye, raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Now the second one.
Yes, the other one is obviously accepting the deed of easement. This is one that is friendly.
So moved.
Second.
That was James that made the motion and Dan seconded it.
I heard you that time. Thank you for the motion, James, and second by Dan. Any comment by the board?
Aye. Sorry.
Any public comment? All those in favor, raise your hand, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, community development.
Yes, Mr. Majewski, this is in the house. This is Mr. Van Louvenay and his client, Mr. Katzoff, for the 1566 LLC subdivision. As you may recall, Mr. Van Leeuwen was here before us, I believe, and Mr. Katzoff in August, I believe. Is that correct, John? So.
I don't think Jerry was here that night, but I was here.
Right.
Yep.
So you want to give a brief description of the project, and then Jim, if you want to jump in and say anything from the township's perspective, and then I'll read a proposed approval letter into the record, and obviously that will generate discussion. So. Most people here on the dais know where this is, just for the record in the minutes, just a brief description of the property. I don't think there's.
All right, sure. The this property is a 6-lot subdivision of involving 4 tax map parcels, which are identified as 2018-1, 2018-1-2, 2018-2, and 2016-27. Compilation of a portion of the Katzoff property, a property formerly owned by the Loftus family, and a small lot on Creamery Road that was purchased to provide access to Creamery Road. As I'd indicated, the preliminary approval was granted by the board last July. The plan in front of the board is the same plan that was granted preliminary plan approval. At the meeting in August, we went through the draft letter prepared by Mr. Truelove and the review letter of Remington Vernick dated January 31, 2023, which is referenced in Mr. Truelove's draft. We had dialogue over, and I think I'd indicated at the beginning of that meeting that we had reviewed Mr. Truelove's draft letter at that time and had no issues with the approval letter. That followed a meeting in the field where we discussed some of the issues concerning replacement trees, locations of additional plantings and buffering, all of which is summarized again in Dave's draft letter, including the installation of additional trees along the northern perimeter shared with 1531 Buck Creek Drive and along the western property line shared with 1078 Creamery Road. The owners of both of those properties were present at the last meeting. I think they're probably here tonight, so they want to say something. At the end of the meeting, before the board voted, Mr. Grenier raised a question concerning a dam on this property. Had indicated that he had been unable to see any public references to that dam, and the matter was tabled. I granted an extension to the board so that they have the opportunity to gather some information. I did gather information, my office did, and I sent a letter to Mr. Majewski dated August 16, 2023, forwarding materials we had received from DEP, indicating that this dam was on their radar screen, that had been permitted back in originally in 1932, subsequently a permit issued to Mr. and Mrs. Katzoff in 1988, modify the dam, and then in the 2 latest inspection reports dated January 8, 2009 and January 26, 2015 from DEP. In addition to that, on his own, Mr. Katzoff retained a firm of R.K. Hess. We've sent qualifications for that firm to the board, and they issued a report. Originally, a report dated January or September 6th, if I remember correctly. They indicated that they had seen some work that needed to be completed. Mr. Katzoff took that on his own initiative and completed that work. We have a supplement. You probably have the September 26, 2023 letter, where there's an indication that the 2 major repair issues, or the 2 repair issues that had been identified, had been repaired by Mr. Katzoff and inspected by the inspector who authored the report. So I'm hoping that that information satisfied Mr. Grenier's concerns about the dam. It is on everybody's radar screen. It is monitored by the state, and it is currently maintained by the Katzoffs, as it has been for the last 40 years since they bought the property, which was my representation at the last meeting, although I certainly understand why you wanted something more than my representation to that effect. So we're here again asking for final approval. David added an extra provision in his approved draft approval letter requiring compliance with the report, the dam report. And as I indicated, we've basically complied. There's a couple recommendations for long-term maintenance, but nothing current that remains open at this point.
Yeah, the only thing I would just add is we have that. I didn't insert that, or actually my partner did insert the paragraph about the dam. There also was in the Lower Makefield Township Planning Commission the approval memo. They mentioned the animal pen and replacement of trees. That the with respect to the animal pen, that there would be a meeting with the applicant, township manager, the community development director, Mr. Majewski, and a member of the EAC to come up with an alternative plan to present to the board that will be satisfactory to all parties involved regarding the animal pen and tree replacement. Well, the tree replacement, obviously, we've dealt with. The animal pen is still, I guess, an issue that would require a meeting. Is that correct, Mr.?
Well, I think at the planning commission meeting, Mr. Truelove, there was discussion concerning the use of buffer averaging, and buffer averaging had been applied in certain other areas prior to that discussion. The suggestion at the planning commission was that we could solve it with buffer. We may be able to solve that with buffer averaging. Our engineers at Pickering Courts and Summerson have suggested that's a possibility. If we can't, Mr. and Mrs. Katzoff will move the pen. It's not an issue. It's a very small encroachment, and it's a fence, not anything permanent.
That it was a fence.
It's just the fence surrounding the pen, no buildings or anything.
All right, well then with that, I guess if there has been, the board has seen the approval letter. We just to get the discussion going, we need to have a motion to approve the development subject to the conditions set forth in the updated approval letter as indicated.
Having already voted on the planning commission to advance this, I will raise the motion to approve.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your first motion. Who was the second?
James will second.
Thank you. Any discussion by the board? Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, wow. Didn't even say it. Well, first of all, thank you for providing that information. It was very helpful, including the most recent report on the dam as of really just in the last few weeks that it was completed. So it was very helpful. And I did see that there were recommendations made for some improvements to portions of the dam that you've already undertaken. So we appreciate that, or at least I appreciate that. So that's good faith. I will say generally, so I'm glad we saw that because that alleviates some of our concerns. And this has nothing to do with your the approval. It's just dams of that age. The definite trends are to remove and restore natural flowing water systems versus creating ponds and impoundments for multiple reasons. We can't tell you to do that in this case, but that would be the strong preference at some point in the future. Relative to the animal pen, one of the biggest issues in Lower Makefield relative to water quality long-term have been the historic impacts of agricultural activities, even more so than land development. So if we have an impairment in Lower Makefield, it's usually related to fecal coliform, nitrogen, phosphorus, et cetera. That's because of large farms and both crop farms and animal farms. So my personal strong preference would be to relocate outside of the buffers to make sure that we don't have animals in a pen. I have dogs that have been outside. We know what they do in a pen, so we just want to keep their activities as far away from open water and natural resources as possible to make sure that we maintain our water quality. So my preference would be to relocate that within reason outside of those buffers, and then, but by no means get rid of the pen. I guess that piece of the property, when all said and done, is it greater than 5 acres? I don't know off the top of my head.
14. It'll be 14.
The remaining piece. Okay. And the reason I asked that, we in our zoning ordinances to have certain animals, livestock, essentially, we have minimum acreage requirements of that, which you exceed. So that's why I asked the question.
We're aware of that. Yeah.
I figured. But otherwise, I think we've had comments from the planning commission, which at the time, I think it was a liaison for a time over there, the EAC, and others, our engineer. I think we've addressed most of the major concerns we had. I guess the one question I have of you, Mr. Katzoff, is with the development proposed. I don't know how closely you're following up with the development proposed across the street and the latest versions of that, where they're looking at possibly cul-de-sacking, creamery, realigning creamery to Mirror Lake, and a few other things they're looking at. Does that at all impact what you're looking to do at all?
We're just creating one driveway.
Okay.
Where there was a house, there's a house there now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you speak into the microphone?
Yeah,
sir?
sorry, she can't
I
hear you, yeah.
apologize. Yeah, so it's one small house
Mhm.
that'll come down, and the driveway for that house will become the driveway for a deeper house in the development.
Okay. And I'll pose a question to our engineer here. One of the top of mind for all of us right now, for a number of reasons, is stormwater management. Not just your project, but really every project coming up and existing developments that are there and everything else that we've been talking about, as I'm sure you've heard tonight and previous meetings. When you do your review of the stormwater design, can you summarize the steps taken to meet our stormwater requirements and any potential offsite risk for stormwater impacts, given everything that we've been talking about these last several months?
Yeah, absolutely. And the applicant in this case with the homes they have proposed, each individual lot has stormwater management rather than it just collectively going to a larger basin structure, which, from our review thus far, it's a good approach to break down and manage it in a more specific way.
When we look at most of the time when we see a development and there's a single basin, the township will typically take ownership and be responsible. In this case, will the individual landowners will be required? And will there be deed restrictions that you envision to make sure that they maintain their individual stormwater?
Well, the stormwater management facilities basically will be on the Katzoff property, the main facility. But I'm sure the township will require the normal stormwater operation and maintenance agreement, which will be recorded and will affect all the lots. So every property owner will have an obligation to maintain any facilities on their lots. And there are some areas on individual lots that may be impacted with infiltration facilities.
As I'm sure you're aware, developers and others come up with plans for homeowners and the HOAs essentially. And some homeowners are more knowledgeable or et cetera about how to manage these features on their
There have been
site.
issues in some areas. I'm aware of that.
Yeah, so we just want to make sure that
Not
the
a
right
perfect
folks-
system, but it's better than it used to be.
Yeah, and we're always looking to improve, right? So I just want to make sure the engineer is comfortable with how this is set up and we're not putting anyone at risk.
Yes, yeah. And I'll mention for those operation and maintenance agreements, I mean, that's something that wasn't in place if you go back decades ago. So primarily is for that purpose. If it's not being maintained or functioning as it's supposed to be, the township does have that agreement to resolve something if it's not being taken care of by the property owner.
Okay. Anyone else?
Any other board comment?
Any public comment?
Yeah, there's two.
Yeah, we have a few coming up.
A couple people. Ms. Tipton will be the first one, and then Mr. Seabright. looks like the second.
Yeah, and I know you've done this before, but just as a reminder, please state your name and residency status, please.
Kathy Tipton, 1078 Creamery Road. And is it pretty bad that you know my name because I've been up here so much?
We just try to pay attention.
Or you just, okay.
We're listening.
As you were talking, I know this is a battle that I can't win. We're a party of two. There's only 3 homes on my house and on my street. I can't fight this battle of this development behind me. So I'm just going to have to live with it. But I just want it on the record that I'm afraid the water in my backyard. I'm afraid of the material that's now encroaching on my fence in the backyard that isn't being taken care of. I'm worried about the corner of my property that's already falling down because of the water. I just oppose it so bad, but there's nothing that I can do because it's just me.
Ms.
Fred.
Tipton, I will say that there will be agencies that will have oversight as this development is going, and including the Bucks County Conservation District and others that will be on site from time to time. So, you know, if you feel that there's things that are being created by that, you'll have the right to interact with them too on that, just so you know that.
I'm just worried. I'm
not saying you shouldn't.
Right.
I'm not trying to tell you how you should feel or think, but just want you to know that once after tonight, that's not the end of oversight, regulation, things like that. So
It's
right?
to me, it's the end of how I knew my house, how I knew my backyard. Now I'm envisioning trucks and dirt and hammering and all this nonsense going on, and the peaceful environment that I've had is going to be gone until it's all done. So what I know now of my house and the peacefulness is going to be no more. And that's why I bought my house, not to look at houses behind me. Thank you.
Fred Seabright, 1530 Buck Creek Drive. I'd just like to question, maybe as a point of order, this attorney mentioned that there would be a tree buffer from 1531 Buck Creek Drive. Did you mean 1530?
There's already on the plan, this was for additional buffering. 1531 was identified at the site walk as a potential area for putting additional replacement trees. The buffer along your house is already on the plan.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Not happy about this. I've been here before. Progress is what it is. And when you're an old guy in an old family and you change is tough. And, but I appreciate how the township has handled yourselves during this process. But from the beginning, I had concerns about the trees and the water and the protection of aesthetics. And I have been promised as time went on that certain things that were going to occur. And I just want to confirm that I got it right, and or go on the record that the berm along my property is going to have a tree line in there that's going to protect, and there is going to be a berm along the front. Could you confirm that? That there's the curbing that's from the middle of the street will continue where it's not presently there. You will continue that curbing down Buck Creek Drive into your new development, correct?
I don't know the answer to that question.
The answer is yes. Okay, that's that's what I wanted to hear.
All right, since Jim's not on the microphone, Mr. Majewski said the answer is yes.
Get my plan out to confirm it. I just didn't have it.
Okay, that's good. And then that no water damage that I'll experience that, which I'm really concerned about. But I don't know who I go to. I just heard that each property owner will be responsible for the water on their property. So if I have a problem with water coming from the new construction, reason I bring this up.
I hate to, the plans are going to be up there. So if there's any questions about curbing and things like that, you can probably, somebody can refer to that as well and help you with that.
Jim can.
Yeah, as I say.
Help me with that. I'm going to move, can I move on here to I want to know who I go to. This is the basis of it. You approved a swimming pool, one of my neighbors. Once it went in, my next door neighbor had water problems. It happens. I can imagine that was just with one impervious piece of ground that was changed and the water table moved to impact my next door neighbor. I'm being promised by the township that this design is going to insulate me from water damage. Is that correct? And if not, who do I go to?
Well, two answers to that. I think.
Okay.
The stormwater design is designed to take all the water away from your property,
Okay.
not slope toward it. So as a practical matter, if the grading's implemented the way the grading plan is designed, if you get any water now, you won't get any more. You won't get any after this road is put in. That's the way it's designed. Secondly, with respect to the concern about individual owner maintenance, the agreement we're talking about is an agreement between the developer and the township, the stormwater maintenance and operation and maintenance agreement, which is recorded so that the township has, if there is an issue, the township would have the ability to compel the property owner who is, called it, at fault for not maintaining their facilities to force them to maintain them. So you do have a remedy. It's not against, it's not you versus the property owner. The township is there and has the ability to protect your interests.
Okay.
David, would you agree with that?
Oh, yes, no, I agree with that. And you'd contact, Mr. Brzezinski or something like that internally, and then they would investigate, and then that's how the process would go. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Colin.
Thanks, Mr. Seabright. Good to see you again.
Any other public comment?
Not in the room, apparently.
I'm going to guess none on the line. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, 12B.
So moved. That's James.
Do we have a second?
I did.
Okay, motion made, seconded by Dan. Any comment from the board? Any public comment on the extension of time for the Tolbert Farm subdivision? Hearing none, I call the question.
You have somebody coming up.
Thank you.
Kathy Tipton, 1078 Creamery Road. I was at the meeting on Monday with the Traffic Commission.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I bring that up now?
Yes.
Okay, because I looked online and I didn't see what they gave us on Monday anywhere online.
So I can respond to that. So we had, after our last Board of Supervisors meeting, we had been shown a hard copy of what you have. And when I'm the liaison of the CTC, I was traveling yesterday, so I wasn't at the meeting. But when I saw that was on the agenda, I had asked staff to get some sort of digital copy of that so that the CTC was looking at what was actually being planned or proposed, however you want to say it, so that there would be a real discussion. They wouldn't be wasting their time. People could see it. So that's what
I appreciate it.
Hopefully we get more soon, but that's the concept that they're looking at now.
Okay.
That's the little background.
All right, so I'm going to bring that up. So I already know that I'm concerned with behind me. So now I'm seeing this in front of me. And I'm not sure if all of you have this, but out of the scenarios, if this does happen, this is okay. I'll be on a cul-de-sac with a dead end, which is fine. I'll get a little bit of quiet, maybe 3 houses on the end here. You know what? This is the best case scenario. I have 3 questions though. If Creamery Road is now going through the farm, this might be a stupid question. What is my...
I don't think any of your questions are going to be stupid. I don't even know what you're going to ask.
Okay.
But we're just motion to push it forward. And more than half of us on the board right now. That won't get to us for us to be able to comment back to yet.
So when you get it, my question would be, what would my street be called? Because I'm now a cul-de-sac and I'm not actually Creamery Road. So does my address change? And part of the cul-de-sac where I'm concerned with is it actually curves right at the end of my driveway. So I'm really not worried about any other time of year other than the winter time when the snow plow comes and the plow actually has to curve back up to Creamery Road. My end of my driveway is going to be quite extensive with snow.
Right.
So those were really
we will
my
let you know
concern.
when we see what you're talking about.
Yeah. So
It's only a concept plan at this point. I think there's plenty of room.
they said it could change many, many times, but that was my two.
And those are actually excellent questions and comments, and those are items to be addressed. I thought of before, what do we call the road? And I thought, well, we can call it maybe Creamery Court, but then that gets confusing, and that's something we'll have to eventually work.
About
Tipton Way. That's it.
Why I say, yeah.
I kind of like that.
And I wasn't sure whether or not anything was going to happen in front of our house because that's where my septic tank is. So I'm not sure if anything's going to happen to the existing road, whether or not that affects, because probably my septic tank is probably 25 feet from the road, but that is just a guesstimate.
Yeah, it should have no impact on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good night. Any other public comment?
There's one more.
Hi, Karen Fell, 1550 Doe Trail Lane. So what is the reason for the extension, or does it even have to be stated? It just is requested?
This is under the municipalities planning code is the law that, and they're actually granting us an extension.
Understood.
So it's actually to our benefit that they're doing that because it may gives both sides more times to hopefully refine the plans. So maybe they become more acceptable,
Right.
for lack of a better term, or at least workable. So that time may be the township's best ally in this particular case. So
Understood. But related to that, what forum are the issues discussed? For instance, the connecting Mirror Lake directly to Creamery?
that will come before the board. There'll be a public meeting with all this kind of stuff because it'll be part of just like you saw earlier, land development approval will be part of that whole process. And they'll come before the planning commission. They'll be coming before the EAC, other advisory boards. So there'll be plenty of opportunity to review, comment, that kind of thing. So it's a process.
In terms of the street connection that you just referenced is reflected on the township's official map. So it's been reflected that also went through a public adoption process. And so that was the proposed realignment of Creamery that was contemplated. When was that map adopted?
I believe it was around 1992, maybe.
Okay. So they're just reflecting the improvement that showed on the township's official.
Right. Alrighty, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No.
Okay. That will call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Fading, go with C.
And just was December 31st of 2023 noted? And I know you guys have that, but was that noted as that was they extended the time frame to December 31st, 2023, just for purposes of the record.
The next item we have is, as we had discussed at a prior meeting, FEMA has a flood mitigation assistance grant that is available to residents who would like to either have their property acquired or elevated to be above the floodplain. PEMA, which is the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, requires that municipalities who intend to submit applications on behalf of residents to mitigate the potential flooding of their home, either through acquisition or elevation, that they apply and first give a letter of interest to PEMA by October 18th. This letter of interest is non-binding. It just is sort of a placeholder. PEMA will send us application packages for the property owners if they so choose. We are available to meet with and discuss these types of projects with any homeowner who may be interested and go over all the ramifications of what's included, what's not. It's a long process, sometimes taking up to a year or two just to get the grant approved and then passing on all the paperwork. But if you're in a situation that elevating your house may be beneficial, we suggest that you contact me and we can get the ball rolling on that. My email address is jimm@lmt.org. That's JIMM@lmt.org. And my phone number, if you'd like to call me, is 267-274-1123.
Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
There's nothing else on that. No public comment. Moving along to agenda item number 13, Supervisors Report. I don't have a report. John?
Yes, I promise I will be quick because I don't want us to go into Thursday from today's meeting. But I have a couple key issues. First, the Disability Advisory Board is looking for 2 members. So for the, I don't know, 6 people that are watching this somewhere who are insomniacs and you haven't decided, hey, I'd like to make a difference in my community and work on these kinds of issues and review plans to make sure that they're accessible. Well, now's your chance to step up and get involved. Number 2, we're actually canceling next month's meeting, but we'll be having future ones. Number 2, farmland preservation is in the process of fixing some of the signs that you'll see on some of their properties, mostly namely the Halp Farm one that is off of Woodside Road. It's going to be much more attractive than the current one, which is dated. And finally, Historical Commission. Have I told you about October 14th at the Slade Hill Cemetery? I don't think I've told you enough because you need to be there. That's right. Yes, there is no excuse for not anybody missing this exciting event. It starts at 4:00. Everyone knows where the Slade Hill Cemetery is. If you don't, it's on Yardley. One question associated with that, and I promise this will be an easy one. Chief Calusi, are we good with traffic for that event?
We are good.
So we're going to have somebody there, and
We'll have somebody there.
that is wonderful. When you're planning your Saturday, October 14th, you're going to be at that Yardley Festival. Wonderful. Harvest Day is a great time of year. Right after you finish, because you're going to be done by 4:00, you're probably going to be tired from the excessive food and funnel cakes that you've eaten, and you're going to need a walk. That's why you're going to want to be at the Slade Hill Cemetery at 4 p.m. for a very special tour. And that concludes my report this evening.
Thank you. James?
The zoning hearing board met last night. Clearly, the cell phone tower is a continuing hearing. There was one other continuance from last night. It was number 7, Richard Turchi at 0 Big Oak Road, which I believe the Board of Supervisors voted to oppose the application. It is under continuance, and I have nothing else to report. Thanks.
Thank you. Dan?
Very quickly, CTC, we heard about their meeting last night relative to the Torbert development. EAC and the Trenton Mercer Citizens Airport Review Board will be meeting Thursday, the 12th, EAC at 6 p.m., the Airport Committee at 7:30 p.m. EAC will be reviewing, going over potential recommendations to our new tree plan consultant. I think they'll be attending, so they'll be talking about potential tree planting plans. So more to come, but that's all I have.
Alan?
I look forward to meeting the new committees and commissions that I will be working with. Planning Commission did have a special session this month to consider an exception to expand the existing medical use of the building at 777 Township Line Road, and voted unanimously to support that expansion.
Thank you. Appointments, we've already done other business, at least the agenda item. Is there any other business? Hearing none. I don't believe we have any appointments to boards or commissions. Moving along to public comment, agenda item number 16. Is there any public comment?
Yes, we have one person coming now.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just a reminder to please state your name and whether or not you're a resident.
I'm a resident. My name is Sharduli Solanki, from 1506 Yardley Road, Yardley, PA 19067. We spoke the other day about the recent fire at my home. Yes. I apologize. I will try to keep it my composure.
Yeah.
August 18th, 2023, now 50 days ago.
I know this is difficult, but you need to move closer to the mic because they're not going to be able to record what you're saying.
Sure.
Thank you.
On August 18th, 2023, now 50 days ago, an electrical fire broke out in my home. Prior to leaving my home, our fire chief recommended calling an electrician. called an electrician to my home the same day. The electrician performed a diagnostic review of my home's load center circuit breakers and several outlets and determined that the electrical service of my home was drastically higher than normal at some standard outlets and drastically lower voltage at others. The numbers were so far from normal that the electrician checked my neighbor's home to confirm that his equipment was reporting accurately. After confirming his equipment was fine, he determined that the fluctuations in my home were due to faulty Pico service. The following day, when Pico arrived, they confirmed that their equipment and service to my home was faulty. They noted that service wires to my home were installed in the quote-unquote old way, a way that allowed wires that should not touch to touch. I understand that the township has made great efforts to improve the reliability of our electricity, and I'm very thankful for that. But I'm here to request that the township now work with Pico to ensure that our service lines are inspected, replaced as required, and kept up to date so no other resident has to endure what my family is experiencing with Pico and my insurer. The service voltage to my home exceeded the minimum and maximum code allowed fluctuation by more than 50%. I understand this to be enough to cause damage to appliances, electrical equipment, and wiring. If the fire was not controlled, it could have caused deaths. As they have, Pico should not be allowed to continue their negligence in our township. They should not be allowed to tell me or any resident, as they did, to turn on my circuit breakers one at a time and listen for crackling in the walls and smell for smoke at the outlets. They repeated this twice. They should not be allowed to cause damage to any township residents or property and walk away without accountability. Our electric service must be reliable and, more importantly, safe. Now, 50 days after the electrical fire, my family is still not able to safely return to my home. Therefore, I request the assistance of the Township Board of Supervisors in bringing this issue to Pico's highest priority. And thank you in advance for your help in resolving this. I've reached out to Representative Perry Warren's office. I've reached out to Senator Steve Santisari's office. I've reached out to Governor Josh Shapiro, and I've spoken with the Department of Insurance. I have not heard from Pico or my insurer in over a week.
I missed, I mean, PICO's a regulated utility through the Public Utility Commission. Have you contacted the Public Utility Commission regarding this issue?
I've spoken and I'm trying to maintain a full-time job while composing emails in between. To date, I have probably 50 correspondence, and that's not even recording calls. I'm sure my insurer, as they know, before you start a call, records calls, so there's plenty of that correspondence also. Pico has taken responsibility, and as we discussed, they're willing to pay my deductible. The damages are way beyond my deductible.
Well, and your insurance company, will.
Allstate.
Has what's called the right of subrogation, which means once they pay for the damage, I mean, I'm assuming they will, there's no reason that they shouldn't.
First conversation with the original adjuster, they had mentioned that they would involve a company called EXL, which was their subrogation.
Yeah, then they go after the entity or entities they think are responsible. Certainly would be Pico and or somebody else at this point too, so.
And they are not involving them, and my insurance company is also resistant to providing me with full protection and certifying my home's electrical system.
Can I follow up from our discussion? One of the things that I'd ask you to follow up with Tim on, which was post the incident, before you can go back into the home, there needs to be an inspection, right, for use and occupancy, and that hasn't happened yet, meaning, is there any way we can get Can we get an electrical inspector there?
Through Barry, I said?
Yeah.
I would think so, yeah, right? That shouldn't be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that could get you the inspection, which would allow you to go back in safely, assuming, have you had repairs to the electric? You had the electric?
I was advised by my insurance company to turn the power off to reduce further damage.
Right, but so,
Nothing has been done.
but you said you had an electrician inspect, but not repair?
Out the night of the fire.
Right, yep.
Chamberlain suggested it, thank goodness, because Pico came out and repaired. There would be no evidence, no reports.
Mhm.
So I had an electrician come out on emergency that night, and they performed a diagnostic and looked at a few receptacles, and that's where they did the testing, and he thought his equipment was off.
Right.
And we went to the neighbor's house and checked, and his equipment was fine. It was my numbers.
So, could we get Jim, do you want to come up on that?
What I can do is have our Fire Services Director, Timothy Chamberlain, and also our Building Code Official, Mike Kirk, and our building inspectors from Barry Isett get in contact with you to try to move things forward so you can get to the point where you can get back into your home safely.
Yeah.
I've spoken with our outside inspector as well. And my background is architecture, so I am familiar with NFPA and other codes regulating.
I'm sorry, would you mind just moving the microphone closer so that Chair can hear?
So I have spoken with Michael Kirk. I have spoken with our outside inspector, electrical inspector. And I understand that the values that were reported at home are more than 50% higher than what they should have been.
Well, we'll touch base on this tomorrow. We'll try to get this resolved for you.
I appreciate it.
Can, as it relates to Pico, do you have any emails or written correspondence from them? Can you, I mean, you could forward to all of us, but you can send it, and I gave you my email. So if you send me that email, and I'll share it with everybody else and the township manager, and then we will bring that to, someone at Pico's attention that we typically deal with when we deal with these situations. And then we also need to talk about the PUC stuff. And if you do need help filling out the forms, we can do that together. It's not that hard, on the PUC stuff so that you can get started on that. But I think we need to get somebody to make sure that we've inspected it before you can go back in.
I guess in terms of, do you know how old's your home?
More than 50 years old.
All right. Jim, do we have any indication that other homes of a similar vintage in the area may have had similar issues that we've had to deal with in the township? My home's more than 50 years old too, so you get me thinking.
I'm not aware of anything, but I can ask around.
Okay, I want one, it's terrible what you're dealing with. From a township perspective, we want to make sure that other people aren't dealing with this as well, right? So it's not a repeat issue, and I appreciate it. So we just want to make sure it's hopefully for everybody except you. Obviously, it's a unique experience, but we need to make sure that we cover that too, in addition to helping you in every way we can to get you back in your home.
For the township's wiring, because it's apparent they were very clear that it's a old way of connecting. I mean, they've been in the neighborhood with tree cutting and trimming. They should keep their eye out on wiring as well.
It's their infrastructure. Right. Yeah, no, I agree.
Do we know, this is around the time of year that the Yardley Makefield Fire Company has their open house. Is that upcoming?
It just happened.
Okay. I was going to see if there was a way that they could educate folks on how to check for this in their own homes, but it's still something we should look at, but in a different venue and way.
Yeah, no, I think that's another good idea. I mean, first of all, thank you so much for sharing your incredibly painful story with us so that others can learn, and hopefully we can avoid this happening. We have a new website, so maybe we could do some educational piece and push it out through the website. Because this is, clearly something that should be, to the extent that we can help educate and identify any other potential situations like this, we should leverage our capabilities. I'm very sorry.
I appreciate your time.
Plan of attack, Jim, you're gonna circle, but you're gonna get some information to Supervisor Lewis, Pico end, and then Jim, your team's gonna see what you can do to help her get her back in her home.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
And any other public comment? Anybody on the line?
There's no public comment online.
Well, then I adjourn this meeting at 11:59.
You want to wait a few seconds?
Thank you all. No, I do not.
Feel better. Go get
Thank you.
some rest.
Good night, everybody.